average person. And part of the reason why I guess like the world is falling apart is because either people are slowly starting to realize that, or these people can only serve their interests for so long before everything falls apart for everybody else. That's kind of what it sounds like you're saying.
Yeah, it's a basic Marxist hermeneutic.
Okay, so I understand what you're saying. I just think it's all stupid. So now where do we go?
Okay. Okay, so why do you think that's stupid?
For a million reasons. One is because to have an analysis like this, a macro perspective on this, we have to get micro on every single little claim. Does capital really control the prevailing interests of the political class, or is it the citizen? That's an important thing that we have to have a discussion on. It's a really big discussion, and it's not even. It's nowhere near. No, I think that the public has a huge control over the elected class. And you run into this time and time again. I don't care. I don't care what you're gonna say. Okay, you run into this time and time and time again because people will say things like, "There's a ruling class, there's an elite, et cetera, et cetera." It's like, oh, really? Well, how do you point to the fact that people like Bernie Sanders got kind of popular? Oh, well, the ruling class kept him out, so he was controlled opposition. Oh, okay. What about people like Trump winning the election? That guy wasn't ruling class. Oh, well, actually, they ended up picking. Like, there's always an excuse why that like this conspiracy works most of the time, but it didn't work in that time, or why? Like, and eventually, at the end of the day, we end up debating all of these really nebulous, weird, stupid things that don't really translate to anything real at all. We have to talk about like the Bilderbergs and the fucking demon gardens and the groves or whatever. I don't even know half the fucking shit because it's so boring to me. Okay, and we don't actually get to discuss anything that's happening in the real world. Instead, we elect for these like really exciting and really fun narratives that we think can explain all of the world's problems because they're way more fun and interesting to talk about than kind of the more boring on the ground realities of the world we live in.
I'm not opposed to talking about the micro level either, but I think that like they inform each other, right? Like if you have an accurate view at the macro level, then it helps you have a more accurate view on the micro level.
I disagree.
Too, right?
I think that the macro level, that abstraction necessarily needs to be derived from your individual understanding of what's going on. And in fact, I would say necessarily, because if you have a macro understanding first, you're only going to selectively pick the micro things that fit that narrative, and you're going to preclude any ability you have to actually have a greater understanding. I think it's definitionally true. Anybody that approaches something with a macro level understanding of what's going on without even knowing what's going on is always going to pick and choose, because the world is huge. What are we at, like 8-9 billion people? You can always find events, you can always find facts and figures, you can always find a study to support your prevailing macro theory if that's all you're looking for. So I think that approaching things with a macro theory first is horrible. You have to look at a whole bunch of different micro things, and then you can structure macro theory based on the things you've seen.
No, my macro theory here isn't something that I'm like coming with, I like arrived with a priori, etc. Like I've come to this view through like having gone through many other worldviews, right? And like challenging myself with like tons of different like perspectives and evidence, etc. So it's like really this view that I've come to, like that I'm trying to describe, it's not something that I came to like a priori or whatever. And I understand that you deal with like a lot of like Western leftoids and like people who are like kind of unserious about reading this stuff, but I'm asking you to like actually treat me as if I might know a little bit more than some like dullard leftoid or whatever who's just like mouthing off, as you say, like Markov chains and things like that, because that's not really my perspective. I'm not like, I don't agree with them on most of the things that they would say. I have read a lot of Marx, obviously. I've read a lot of things, but that's like been very influential to me, and so have a lot of other things, right? But I don't agree this idea that like you have to pick either doing things from like constructing on the micro level into the macro level, or from the macro level and then conforming the micro level to that. I think that there's like a dialectical engagement here. Like when I go and investigate things on the micro level, that will change my mind on things on like the macro level too, and vice versa, Like it's kind of a perpetual process of education. I'm not trying to pick one over the other.
Okay. All right. Well, listen.
I'm saying we can have a conversation at the macro level, or we can have a conversation at the micro level. But if what I've been trying to do is to move between those two, and I feel like that's what you has been throwing you.
Gotcha.
Like you don't want to move between talking about the micro level and then back to the macro level and then back to the micro level, back and forth. But that's generally how I think.
Okay.
That makes sense. Does that make any sense?
Yep, I gotcha. Okay. Well, listen. It's been fun. I'm gonna play.
What a pussy.
That's my dialectic engagement with the world. Okay.
Okay. Well, let me know if you ever want to read books.
Okay, I'll think about it. Okay.
I can help you out.
Okay. Have fun, buddy.
Right. Peace out.
Wow, that's like the biggest. Honestly, this guy's so fucking boring. Guys, all right, I want to, this is a weird place to start it. Yeah, I have a few things to talk about, a few things to announce first, and then we're going to get into this stuff with Destiny and Logo, and we're going to cover that debate. Give me a sec. Is it? All right, guys. I have a few things to announce, right? So as you guys might have seen from my Discord, I launched the Patreon today, right? And so far, I just want to say, I kind of was in a rush to launch it because I'm in a pretty bad situation right now financially, right? I mean, before there was kind of a guaranteed income that I could use to pay bills and all that kind of shit. And now it's kind of like I got cut off from that, right? So the Patreon is not really complete. There's a lot more I want to add to it. There's more content I want to add to it too, like writings and all that kind of stuff. And also more perks just in general. And I also want a way to really reward the people who have, you know, went above and beyond the tier for the perks, right? Okay, give me a second. There's some shit in my fucking nose. Give me a fucking second. God fucking damn it, man. God fucking damn it. God fucking. Alright, we got the bastard. Alright. Yeah, as I was saying, I want there to be a way to reward the people who went above and beyond. And also, to be very clear, I want you guys to understand that when it comes to the Patreon and when it comes to like trying to see whether or not this is sustainable, right? If infrared in the same capacity as before or above and beyond can be sustained, I'm gonna give it a few months, right? But because I do have some money that can support me that I have saved up until then. But you know, it's gonna be a test, right? And I don't want you guys to go. Don't spend beyond your means. Don't spend beyond your means. You know, don't spend irresponsibly. Because you guys are supporting me just by being here, right? I mean, that's really enough. So first of all, don't feel pressure to have to spend money, especially if you don't really have any to spare. There's nothing wrong with that, right? And then we do make sure some things can't be monetized. Like for example, the Hero of Infrared role. That's not something you can buy. That's not something you could buy with money. That's there is a community here that's not just based on money. It's just you got to understand, like, it takes money to support this, right? I got to be able to, like, make this my job. And in order to do that, I've got to be able to do it full time, right? Which means I can't have any other job with which to support myself. So I am really grateful and so appreciative of the people who have already signed up to the Patreon. It's insane. Like I launched it a few hours ago, and we already have so many patrons, and it's a really big relief to me. But we'll see in the next few months if the full time. So what I'm trying to tell you right now is that when you
based.
Thank you.
Should gorillas prioritize Patreon over YouTube Super Chats in case of Google Soros blocking money?
That's a good question. I would say they're for different things. Like the Patreon is just if you just want to show support with nothing else. But if you also want to show support while like getting a super chat out there and skipping the line, I guess, or just getting my attention or the chat's attention with the message, it's going to be up to you. But it's not so much about the medium as much as it is like the sustainability of it, right? Because I think what I was earning on Twitch, which full disclosure was about 5,000 a month, that was a little less than 5,000 actually, but that was enough to be comfortable, right? That was really enough to be comfortable, cover everything, right? So, it's just a matter if we can get around there in enough time before I guess I run out of money or something. I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. It's a pretty like precarious situation, which I was expecting. To be fair, I was expecting, but yeah, I know Patreon is also not that sustainable because they do have a deplatforming thing that they're involved in. It's just I'm not sure if they'd go that far. I don't know. Thank you, CDAX. Appreciate you so much, man. Appreciate you. Thank you, Marta K. Appreciate you. And I guys, I appreciate it so much. Appreciate all the help. But yeah, I mean, one thing I do like about Patreon a little more is that, if I miss a day of streaming, it's not the end of the world. And it's more kind of faith-based. But I want to give you guys a warning. And I should have said this beforehand to caution you. The Patreon is not a guarantee that the Infrared Project will have longevity and sustainability. It's not a guarantee. Because again, this has to be sustainable, right? You're not going to be paying for nothing. You are going to get content in the next month and the month after that. And I'm not just talking about live streaming content. I'm talking about you're going to get content, right? But in the long term, I don't want to disappoint you guys one day and just be like, yeah, I got to go back to law school, or I have to go, take up this other job or do something else. And I don't want you guys to be disappointed, like, that like, or feel ripped off or something. So I just really want to preface that,
Based.
There's always Gumroad if Patreon doesn't work out.
Thank you, Daniel Baker. Appreciate you, man. Give me a sec. Yeah, so there's the Patreon thing that's going on, and then again, I'm gonna add to it and work on it. I mean, that was just a very rushed and hurried kind of thing. But if you didn't know, the Patreon has one perk, right? That's pretty much a guarantee, regardless of the tier you choose, which is that we are going to have a weekly Q&A. So all you have to do really, and I'm going to try to set this up through Patreon, and if I can't set it up through Patreon, I'll let you know the procedure minimum by tomorrow. But what's going to happen is that members, patrons, right, you can write a question to me, something on your mind of any theoretical, and it could really be about anything. It could be advice, whatever the fuck you want, right? And then every week I'm going to like release a mini podcast on the Patreon where I go over these questions and I kind of, in addition to that, share, bounce ideas with you about where I am in my writings and kind of talk about things that, have been on my mind or whatever. So that's going to be an exclusive form of content for now, the only one for now that patrons are going to be able to get. Finally, I wanted to talk about this as well. I did not watch the entire debate between Logo and Destiny. And I know we're getting tired of the Destiny content. And yeah, I mean, I'm getting tired of it, so I can't imagine you guys. But I do want to go over it and cover it. At least cover up to the parts that I wasn't able to see. And give some commentary. Because After watching that, my impression really is that this guy Destiny, he's just the definition of bad faith. So you can really treat anyone that way. I mean, you could have a conversation with Socrates, be super bad faith, and just be like, "Oh, you're just rambling, you're not saying anything," and have 5,000 viewers, root you on and cheer you on, and you're basically going to be shaping and defining what these like grotesque, malformed Redditors watching you're going to be defining what their impression is, right? All you have to do is just be like, "Oh, you're a dumbass," and everyone says, "Oh, he must be a dumbass because that's what he's saying." So that's really the sad thing is that Logo's a really brilliant guy, and here you have a really brilliant guy talk to a dumbass who happens to have, just because the dumbass has 5,000 viewers, he gets to define Logo's public perception in a certain way, in a certain context, right? I just find that really sad. It's a sad fact of how live streaming is. But it really comes down to whether you're going to be good faith or bad faith. And, Destiny, he's not a good faith person. When it comes to his limitations, he's a generally stupid person. He's a generally stupid person who's not knowledgeable about pretty much anything. And so when he's confronted with that, he just kind of responds by making it seem like his ignorance reflects some kind of objective truth about the other person, right? So we're going to watch a little bit of this. Hopefully we don't have to watch the whole thing.
You're doing great work, Oz. Hope things work out
Thank you,
for you,
Stamen.
comrade.
Thank you, Stamen Kovic. Appreciate you guys. Yeah. I don't know. So here's what I want to experiment with for today's stream, right? For today's stream, I think we're going to lean more on analysis rather than breaking news, right? So we are going to have a concurrent breaking news, and I'm going to set up a news feed and everything so I can be covering stuff in real time. But we're also going to include analysis here. And one of the reasons we could do that is because on Twitch, when we were running about 1,000 viewers, it was pretty tough to get into the weeds of analysis, right? Because people's attention spans are too low and people are not interested in engaging in this kind of like in-depth theoretical analysis of stuff, right? Whereas on YouTube, we're probably going to be necessarily starting out with a much, much lower viewership, probably 3 times lower than what we were getting on Twitch. So we actually have an opportunity. We should take this opportunity as a kind of moment to kind of chill a little bit and reflect and take it as a moment with which we could use. Take it as a moment we could use to educate ourselves, or for me to educate you, I should say, right? Or just, we shouldn't be in such a rush, right? And that's one of the things I want to reiterate about the special military operation in Ukraine. There is such a great fog of war when it comes to this. And I think for me, we've kind of passed the threshold where it's very clear that the mainstream press in the West is lying about the conflict. So it's like whenever you hear anything about what's going on in Ukraine, it's just not very exciting for me to cover the details of that anymore, because it's like, yeah, we've already, proven that they've lied. We've proven the lengths they go to lie. They pretty much lied about Russia doing the worst thing they could ever have done. So, we kind of have to accept the fact that, yes, they're lying about Russia with the malicious intent to portray Russia as a villain in this conflict. I think they've admitted that, right? They've admitted that, I think it was the Pentagon, they admitted that, yes, we are going to report on information even when it's not very credible or we don't know a lot, because information is a tool of warfare, right? So they've admitted that. So it's kind of like we've kind of gotten to this point where you're either a dumbass who's going to believe what they're saying about Ukraine, or, you're already in the know more or less that they've been lying. I think right in the beginning of the war, I think that was the most important part, just to inform people, hey, they're completely lying about the conflict. I think it's pretty clear to people now. So it's not to say we're not going to cover the conflict anymore. We are. I just think it's now time to kind of get more into an analysis of things, not have such a sense of anxiety or urgency anymore. And I think we should actually start drawing conclusions from this. And that's what I intend to do for today's stream. That's the goal of today's stream. So, to be clear, I am going to give a lecture or whatever, right? And introduce you guys to Dugan's thinking, as well as the significance it has for Marxism-Leninism. But in addition to that, there's also a 60 minutes interview with Dugan. That's very recent. And we're going to go over it and watch it together on YouTube. I'm not sure how the reacts feel on YouTube. I don't know. But, we're going to do it. Because I mean, these are things I want to watch. Just like the logo debate with Destiny, I personally want to watch it. It's not so much, for the stream. It's just that I genuinely want to watch it. And, I don't have time to watch it before I start streaming. So it's like, okay, may as well stream it, right? So yeah. So yeah, I mean, there's just a lot of unsurprising level of. There's an extremely unsurprising level of stupidity that's coming out of the Destiny guy, and it's a shame. I didn't know when Logo was gonna do this. We could have covered it live together, but yeah, we're gonna go over it. But yeah, I'm kind of glad this happened. Just I want people to see I'm not the only person who's has to deal with this shit. Yeah, this dude, whenever he's confronted with someone who's genuinely smarter and more knowledgeable than him, he's just gonna be like, "You're gonna see. We'll watch it in real time, right?" So this is where it starts, I think.
I don't know if I've had the same feeling with this one.
I'm not saying it's a bad.
Also, any tips on getting started and going to the
Changing
gym?
your life then.
Yeah,
It
what's
just
up,
seems so overwhelming.
What's up, man?
Oh, ben.
Not much. I just I watched you and talking to Haas and Nick Fuentes. I don't usually watch that much of that sort of content, but I felt like it would be interesting to talk to you because it feels to me like you were talking to people who you probably have too much of a how do I put this? A brand relationship with, your communities are sort of at war with each other.
I don't really care that much about that. I mean, they are, but sure.
I mean, I think it plays more into how much people are willing to be faithful auditors of each other, right?
For other people, it might be. I understand what you're saying. Yeah, I have a hard time taking Haas seriously.
Yeah, I'm
because
not saying it's a
personally,
bad thing or
sure.
anything, but
yeah, I know what you're coming from.
I mean, I'm friends with Haas. Haas is one of my friends. I know how he's like. He has a pretty hot temper sometimes.
Well, it's not his temper. I consider him to be genuinely a stupid person. That's the issue. But I understand your brother.
Haas is definitely not a stupid person. I mean, I've had a lot of conversations with
Sure.
him. Haas is very.
I think the problem is that when you're someone who's like Destiny and you're used to being a loser your whole life, the one thing you want over people like me is I at least want to feel smarter, right? And I take that away from him, and that's really why I've gotten under his skin so much. It's he knows I'm genuinely smarter than him, genuinely more knowledgeable than him. And, I guess you could say, well, Huz, he made you look so stupid. I mean, even if it's true that he made me look stupid in front of his audience, that's not a particularly hard thing to do. For example, if you lie and you have the larger audience, I mean, you're going to obviously be able to portray the person however you want. For example, let's say I had Socrates right next to me. I'm like, hey, Socrates, that's not a good example, actually. Let's say I have someone right next to me. Let's say I have fucking, let's say I have some esteemed professor. Let's just say that, right? And then the professor's like, okay, yeah, I went to the grocery store the other day, and I'm like, you went to the grocery store? You don't even know how to drive. You can't even drive. And the professor's like, wait, I do know how to drive. Here's my license. I can drive. And you're coping. It's you can literally make anyone look any type of way, and it's the professor's gonna be sitting there being like, okay, and then their very astonishment at the lie is going to be interpreted emotionally. Oh, he's clear. That really got under his skin. And he's just sitting there what the fuck is going on, right? And that's really what we're dealing with here, right? So that's just a matter of clout. If you have more viewers and you have a bigger community, you can just basically portray anyone however you want to. Yeah, look at what happened with Richard Wolff. I mean, I had to slap Destiny into humility because he didn't even know what fiduciary responsibility was because he's such a fucking dumbass. He tried to make Richard Wolff look stupid, right? And he got away with it. Why? Because he had a faster moving chat and a bigger community, right?
Read like in a lot of the difficult literature, I would say, just like having read a lot of the same things myself.
Okay.
So I have a lot of respect for Haas. I'm not gonna lie, like I've spent a long time talking to him. It's hard to like translate that sort of stuff to the sort of medium of Twitch, I think. Like Twitch isn't really a great medium for like, say, talking about, you know, the history of Western philosophy or something like that. Like these like large sort of problems or large fields of inquiry, right? Like that's like usually, you know, you want to have like a group of people who are like reading the same sorts of things, more devoted to like having a deep discussion about stuff like that. More like a college course, right? Is like where you'd have like a better environment, ideally, for talking about such things. I don't know if it's like if it's like evident to you just through like your interactions with him on Twitch or whatever, but Haas is not a dumb person. Like I don't think you're a dumb person either. I don't even think Nick is a dumb person. But
That's kind of where I disagree with Logo is because I genuinely do think Destiny's fucking stupid. I do think he's a gamer and he games. He was probably good at his StarCraft game or whatever, and that's where he got his community from. But yeah, he's genuinely a stupid person. Like, and by stupid, by the way, want to be a little more precise about what I mean by that. It's not just having a lack of knowledge about things. He's genuinely stupid in the sense that like his aesthetic of the world is dulled. He just basically has this view that whatever the mainstream media says must be true. Whatever the authorities say must be true just by merit of the fact that they are the authorities. And there's no moment in his thought where you have discontinuities. Discontinuities which can interpret. Like, that's what creates the fold in your fucking brain. If you don't have those discontinuities where you sit there and you question, right? You question that your view of the world is completely one-sided and that you have to look at things in a kind of way where you take into account the imminence of contradiction. He is like authentically a stupid person. Like stupid in the sense of like a base, stupid, dull person, a dull-minded person.
I think Nick is probably dumber, just on like a basic level.
Okay, I don't think Nick is dumb at all. I disagree with him on things. Haas, I mean, regardless, obviously, I know you're friends with Haas. We're not here to discuss Haas's intelligence. Yeah. What did you want to chat about?
I'm just more interested in like what do you think is like the situation right now? Like, how do you view the world moment that we're in? Like, do you think we're like in a good place right now, or like do you see things like getting better from here, or like getting worse? Or we could limit this to just like America specifically.
I think in some ways we've gotten way better, but in other ways I think we're kind of flying apart at the seams, and we don't really understand why.
What ways have
See, like, that's a really stupid thing to say. Like, what kind of dumbass would respond to that question with that?
things gotten better?
I mean,
well, in terms of like technology and health, and like in terms of like, you know, where our standard of living has gone better, and like that's what he's gonna say. That watch
in very obvious senses, things like medical advances, things like
there you go,
the general state of peace and security around the world, things like the overall general health of people, especially in third world countries. I guess.
Okay, so let me tell you why that's something a dumb person would say. Is because a smart person would sit back and ask, okay, were those things inevitable? Are those things just an inevitable fact of modern industry? Now, are there aspects about our direction in history that are not an inevitability or somehow essential to modern civilization, but are a result of our corrupted liberal political system or our kind of like liberal order, right? So that's what a smart person would say, because a smart person would stop for a moment and kind of question this very one-sided, very dull and stupid way of looking at the world. I mean, that's what when I say he's a stupid person, I have receipts. He's a genuinely stupid fucking person.
You can point to obesity and stuff. Like
Okay.
obvious technological
Saying
stuff.
like globally.
Yeah.
So you're just more talking about like the global state of like technology and like the advancement of these sorts of technological improvements and access to more advanced
like
infrastructure, et cetera, et cetera.
The stuff like
that's more true on like
most
a global level.
Yeah, probably things that like Western people would point to and go like, oh look, we're doing good because I can tell because of this thing, right? Yeah.
That's such a stupid fucking thing to say. I mean, again, it doesn't matter if you're Western or Eastern. Most people will not measure the passage of time in a positive light based on things that they either take for granted or expect to happen anyway. And that's why I think most people think the direction we're headed into is broadly negative. Most people are not optimistic about the future, despite this. I know this is like a Steven Pinker argument. Well, actually, everything's getting better. No, it's not, because you have a one-sided view of historical time. It makes you a fucking idiot.
Well, I'm not really interested in like Western. Like I don't really care about like Western people. I think that's kind of a bullshit category, frankly. But I was saying more specifically like I'm in America, like America particularly. Do you say that things have gotten better here, let's say in the last 40 years, or worse?
I mean, it's with respect to what? It depends, right? In terms of like race relations and like sexism and stuff, yeah, I think we've gotten way better. In terms of
in like
access to education, yeah, way better. Yeah.
Like you could say the quality.
One of the issues with understanding progress, and this is something stupid people can't understand, is that progress is more like a spiral rather than a straight line. And what I mean by that is that in order for something to be the same as 40 years ago, forget about better, but just for it to be the same, it obviously does have to change, because change is an inevitability, right? So the question is, how has it changed? So things have progressed technologically, right? And medically, and things that probably you can expect those to be inevitable. That doesn't mean we are in a better state than we were in the 70s, right? Because it's all relative to the level of change that had occurred by 1970, let's say. How was life? So it's all relative. It's relative to the change that's inevitable.
Quality of life, or whatever, however you want to put it. Like I would say like maybe the amount of
like, for example, I mean, you could probably measure this. Like, what proportion of buildings in the year 1970 were new compared to 2022, right? What percentage of our cities had new infrastructure and new buildings, right? I mean, I actually don't know the answer to that question, but that would be something to ask, is like a measurement of whether things have gotten better or not, right?
Quality of life of people, I think, is primarily the thing, right? Because actually 40 years ago, like on average, people had more like disposable income, and they owed a lot less. We had like a lot less debt, like consumer debt and like for like medical
quality
debt,
of life
debt,
gets like really difficult to like measure at that point though, right? Like 40 years ago, people might have had less debt and more disposable income, but like not everybody had a cell phone or access to the internet, right? Because those weren't things that existed 40 years ago.
Yeah, but they also didn't know that they didn't have a cell phone, so how could that be like impacting their quality of life if it's like a good that they can only imagine?
Sure. I mean, 300 years ago, people didn't know that there were cures for cancer, so how can they, right? I mean, I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm just saying.
Wait, there's cures for cancer? What?
Yeah,
it's really difficult to quantify. Like,
legitimate.
Yeah, it's difficult to quantify.
There isn't really a cure for cancer. What is he talking about?
I think that's. No. But I do think that like quality of life has a lot more to do with like comparison within like your immediate like phenomenological reality, like like the immediate generations around you, like the things that's like how you compare your quality of life like amongst your peers and amongst people that like you see or like you've known of, you know what I mean? You're not really comparing it in like this like absolute like larger sense, because you can't really compare your quality of life right now to someone like 500 years ago, because it's like a totally different world. Like the world works totally differently.
You absolutely can, right? But I mean, like I'm saying that it's a challenging thing to do.
How would you do that?
Well, by saying that 500 years ago, like fucking 30% of women died during childbirth or whatever, and that doesn't happen anymore. Like that's one way I could compare.
But they expected that to happen.
Okay, but I mean, if that's what we're gonna say, then in that case, every single quality of life is just neutral, because it's always compared to itself, right? Like,
well, so then what we would do is we would compare like the current American quality of life, or like the trajectory of the American quality of life of the last 40 years, to say other geopolitical hegemonies over the last 40 years and their trajectories. We could compare that way, right? Because now we're just comparing like with like people in the same world historical moment.
I mean, I don't know why you think proximity in time is more important than proximity in like geography, or vice versa. Like, could I just point to the fact that these people live in different worlds? Like people 100 years ago lived in different worlds. Like that seems strange to do.
Well, I think there's only one world, right? So like we all live in like this world right now. We're all alive at the same time,
but we don't all,
and in the same space.
Not really,
because we're all on the
right?
same planet. I'm connected to you right now. I
Yeah,
don't
but
know
like,
where
are you
could be
more
anywhere.
connected to an American 30 years ago, or to somebody living in Sudan today? Right? I think that like
Well,
I think that the time and geography are both pretty
I
important.
would say
right?
personally, I have a lot more I found in common with like a lot of foreigners who I've made friends with through the internet and various other things, who are like sort of see things on a global perspective more similarly to me.
The gaming kind of makes this really insufferable and not very pleasant to watch, just to be honest.
Wow, this conversation is gonna be super boring.
About things like I find it very difficult personally to talk to Americans.
Yeah, so
even though I'm American.
backing up, who do you share more in common with, like in terms of just like quality of life, things that you do your day-to-day basis, like somebody living in a country like the United States today or 30 years ago, or somebody living in like a sub-Saharan impoverished African country, right? Like I don't think the fact that we all share.
What do you mean by like a sub-Saharan? Where do you mean specifically? Like, I don't know. I'm like, Africa's like pretty diverse in regards to.
Sure,
how,
I used
like,
Sudan as a country before,
like,
right? Do you think that you share more in common?
Sudan?
Yeah, with somebody that was like in Sudan today, or in one of the like 6 ongoing genocided areas today, or somebody that like is from America like 30 years ago, right? I think the geography is pretty important. I don't think it's. I think saying.
That's not because of geography, actually. That's such a stupid thing to say. That isn't because of geography. That has more to do with just a completely different. To be honest, you have more in common with the person in Sudan. You have more in common with the person in Sudan, just not in ways that you're necessarily aware of. And that's not always true throughout history, because there's this assumption that history progresses synchronously, right? Like the Aztecs were completely cut off from the rest of the world, so obviously no, you wouldn't share anything in common with them because they're actually part of a completely different historical timeline, if you want to put it like that, right? Just because of the fact there's no content. But just by virtue of sharing the same interconnected world, you do have more in common with the person in Sudan.
On a class level, like what I'm doing to like survive in the world, I probably have more in common with someone in a similar like class position as I would be or whatever 30 years ago in a Western, as you would say, or American country like zone, sure. But in other ways, the person in the Sudan also has more in common with like we both have.
Like, and when I say that, all of the things that you're highlighting that are in common, like you speak the same language, you have similar lifestyles, and all, like that is not what's essential to what makes up a human being. What's essential to what makes up a human being is the object of all of those things. So those similarities would actually be superficial similarities and not essential similarities. In order for it to be an essential similarity, it has to have the same object. It has to be part of the same interconnected world, right?
I have iPhones.
I don't know if that is true. I don't know across the course of African countries. I don't know how many people have access to technology, but I'm just saying that like I don't think that it's. I don't think
access to smartphones is very, very common in Africa.
That it's necessary.
iPhones are pretty proliferated. Like it's been pretty. We've hit like pretty much like we've hit like pretty like almost everyone in the world, if they want to have like a smartphone, like has one. There's been like
I'm almost
they've
100% positive
massively.
that's not true. I don't think that's the case.
Really?
I think there's a lot of places in Africa and poor places that don't even have access to internet.
No, they don't have access to the internet, but they will all, but like they'll have these things too. Like because they're used by like larger, they're like handed out kind of by a lot of like American, like what do you think the USAID's doing over there? Like, you know, there's so many programs of like giving people this technology out there. It's a big part of like our like geopolitical strategy right now. You have like Elon Musk trying to like, you know, put up Starlink or whatever, so we can tie like the entire African continent to like our internet, right? Because like these things are already proliferating. Like that's what I'm saying. I think you'd be surprised how much they'll have iPhones all over the world, you know, or just like phones in general. Those have proliferated really fast.
Okay. Where do you want to go with this, or what's the?
Oh, I was still so basically like my contention, I think where we probably disagree the most, right, is that I see America on like a trajectory towards.
No, Boom, thank you so much, man.
Like a very negative trajectory over like the last 40 years, and I see that getting worse. And I don't think that things in America specifically are getting better or have been getting better for a while. I think things have been getting continually worse
With
for a long
respect
time.
to what?
The well-being, like the quality of life, like the way people imagine their futures to be, like just pretty much on almost any imaginable metric.
Well, so like
of like
the reason why I'm pushing
life,
here is because like
I think
not on any right, because like medically we've made improvements, technologically made improvements. So like with respect to what in more particular things you think have been.
we actually have like the life expectancy has actually dropped, right, in America over this time period.
Sure, but dropped why?
For a myriad reasons, right?
Well, I
like
think it's because of
reasons.
suicide and opiate like overdoses. It's not like our medical technology has gotten worse, right?
Well, partially because like people don't want to go to the doctor and things like this because obviously our healthcare system is like.
Okay, so I'm gonna full disclosure, guys. I watched the rest of it. So after this part, I've watched the rest of it, and I'm not really particularly interested in watching the rest of it again. But I am interested in having Logo on. So let me actually message him. Because I do have some things I want to talk to him about. So let me ask him. Yeah, what Destiny said was so fucking stupid. He was like, life got better. Oh, what about all the life expectancy? Oh, that's just because of suicides and opiates. That would clearly indicators that life has gotten better, right? An increase in suicide and opium overdosage. It's very clearly an example that life has gotten better. But I'm going to message Logo. I just messaged him now. And maybe if he's... let me actually text him. Yeah, I'm interested in hearing what he thinks, right? Because, you know, honestly, that Destiny guy, he's can we stop pretending like anyone's ever engaged with Destiny for any other reason than the fact that he has a big community? And I think people need to stop being impressed by that fact, because at this point, you know, I mean, for example, you have someone like Tyler 1, right? Tyler 1, and then at a certain level, it doesn't matter what he does. He's always going to maintain a solid community that will ride or die with him forever, just because he's been in it for so long and just because of the memories and the history and things like that, right? So at what point, I mean, we shouldn't really be looking for, what's the key to Destiny's success? What's the formula to his success? I don't really think there's a formula to his success. I just think he's a legacy streamer who's, you know, used to be up there with like the really big ones, and then he's fallen off a great deal, and he's retained a core community of sycophants. And that's pretty much all we're dealing. Like, he's not someone we should take seriously, or like, you know, whose view of things or understanding of anything we should respect. It's just because he has viewers. That's it. Like, any dumbass can have viewers, right? Alright, I'm interested. Alright, he's not really responding, which sucks. Fuck. Which sucks a lot. Okay, I guess we're gonna continue watching it until he responds. I'll give it 5 more minutes until he responds, and then if he doesn't, I'll give it like 10 more minutes. 10 more minutes. If Logo doesn't respond, we're just gonna stop watching it. Okay.
A complete racket and like totally atrocious, like a crime
No,
against humanity.
I don't think that's what people attribute the lowering life expectancy to. It's because of the amount. I think it was because of suicides, and I think it's because of opiate overdoses is why it fell for the first time.
Well, suicide and opiate overdoses, right? That's an interesting thing. Like deaths of despair being like raising quite drastically over the same time period. That's interesting. Like, why do you think that is?
Probably because people are lonely, would be my guess. Lonely and purposeless.
Like, why are they lonely?
Either they are really bad at socializing, they don't have very many friends. We don't make good spaces in society today for people to find each other and socialize with each other. We become a little bit too atomized, especially with the internet. And
why
everything.
is that? So we made the
probably.
internet,
I think technologically, I think is a big reason why a lot of this is happening now.
So like we made the internet, and the internet kind of destroyed our like social fabric, creating like a new social fabric, which is like the internet, right? Like now the internet is the social fabric.
Okay.
So like where did the internet come from? Why do we have the internet?
Obama.
I imagine you have some big philosophical reason why, so why don't you just tell me?
No, it's not really philosophical. It's more of like a historical question, you know, like who developed the internet, like who funded it, like
Keep
why was it
hating your
put
life
together,
then.
you know?
I mean, I
Class
think the
Andy.
U.S. military originally used it for messaging, and then I think that 2 people at some universities figured out that they could like ping each other back and forth, and then I think that it grew out of some like universities, like research projects, and people kind of messing around with it, and then eventually there was like business application for it, and then it slowly grew from there.
Yeah, pretty much. That's like a good short way of putting it. I mean, it kind of develops out of the same like sort of scientific like.
I think Logo's point here, and again, this is why Destiny's genuinely a dull and stupid person. I mean, it's. Oh, thank you, Abel Charles. Appreciate you. It's pretty like unambiguous. Yeah, he's unambiguously a stupid person. Logo's trying to say that you can't just isolate the internet as a variable for why this is, because everything is interconnected, right? Why is it that the internet was able to replace our concrete social bonds? Why did we allow it to happen? Like, what about our concrete social bonds was the internet very good at simulating and replicating? And why have we lost a fundamental sense of sociality and humanity? And what does that say about that, right? I mean, that's what you really have to ask. You can't just say, oh, it's because of technology, right? Because by isolating technology as a variable, you're making it seem like technology is not an inexorable part of our humanity, right? Which it is. So when you ask the question, why have we lost any semblance of real sociality? You have to actually go a little deeper than just say, oh, it's because technology. It doesn't really tell you anything.
Research. You could call this like war socialism or something under like FDR, like going into World War II. Like this is like where the CIA, the OSS, like all of these things are being developed at the same time. You have this like whole network of like imperial technocracy, right? Like this new imperial technocracy that we put together during World War II, and like that did the Manhattan Project and all these things. I mean, the Manhattan Project directly carries over into like the early days, like DARPA and things of building the internet, because the internet is designed ultimately to be like a continuity of governance manager for like a post-nuclear state. Like if we had this internet, then it would be much more difficult to destroy our like means of communication and things in a nuclear exchange. So like that's why we built the internet.
Okay.
So like basically what I'm saying, right, is like so in that same sort of way that like this was the thing that we created, like more so I would say even than the atomic bomb was our sort of advances in like propaganda, propagandistic like technology, media technology. These sorts of things are what really won
I do recall
World War II.
Destiny said a lot of really stupid things in this conversation. Like for example, Destiny said he's just the most naive, stupid shit, and it's like you gotta ask, like, this guy, he's supposed to be a nerd who knows things, and it's just he goes, language is just how we convey our experiences of qualia to one another. I'm like, what? Like, it's how many centuries has it been since the Critique of Pure Reason, and someone saying that language is merely how we convey experiences to one another? Like, that is the most stupid fucking thing I've ever heard. It's like, where does language itself come from? First of all, there is no such thing as a pure experience or some kind of sense impression that somehow magically gets translated into language, which we then ship and package to convey to other people. No, I mean, the whole point of the critique of pure region is that the world is already structured in such a fashion that it appears to us in a way that is transcendentally structured by the very same source that language comes from. So it's like, in other words, language shapes the world as much as it gives expression to it, right? And that's pretty much like a fucking axiom for any. I don't even want to say intellectual. It's like if you've ever read a book in your life, that's an axiom. The fact that language actually structures the world and doesn't just convey sense impressions. I mean, like, what? This is like fucking 1600s Anglo-empiricism, but at least that Anglo-empiricism was based on like fucking alchemy and the occult, and like, you know, a sense object was actually some kind of like mysterious, kind of like mystical thing. In this case, it's just like video game logic, right?
Too. And it's like the foundation of like our empire is like public relations and like advertising. Like you could call this psychological warfare. I mean, it's all really the same thing. And like, so this is the thing that we built. We like perfected this as an art, but it's also like sort of now destroyed like our social fabric. Like by doing this, by creating this America that we live in now, we destroyed the social fabric that like gave rise to it in the first place.
Let me just see if I can call him. Oh fuck, I have to add him as a friend.
Okay.
So like that's my explanation for why things are like getting continually worse in America. It's because like we don't have a social fabric through like decades of like psychological warfare and manipulating of you know, like socialist movements and things like that, like people fighting for like the quality of life, the working class, for like say a right to healthcare, a right to all of these sorts of things. These were like the number one enemy to the like this like technocratic imperial governance that was put in during World War I and World War II, through the Cold War. And these are the people who like truly run things in this country, and they're running us into the ground. Like they don't particularly
Keep hating
care
your life then,
about
working
us,
class Andy.
except as like abstract like human resources in their game theoretical like war plans and things like this, right?
Gotcha. So what are we supposed to do? What's the next step?
What do you do in a situation like that? Like, right? Like you could say like, well, let's elect candidates, right?
Sure.
Let's
Well,
elect
I'm asking,
candidates
what
and
do you
have them
think?
stop
What
it.
do you think we should do?
What I think we should do, well, I don't really think there's like, we don't have that much agency right now in this historical moment. Like, I think that things are going to get a lot worse before there's even an opportunity to like alter the structures that
The reason I'm waiting is because if Logo, it's like if he doesn't come on, I just want to get right into Dugan. But let's say I'm in the middle of Dugan and he finally gets back to me. It's like, okay, but I can't just interrupt. You know what I mean? Like, I want to do it first.
we're like enslaved by here, right? Like, so I'm like a long-term optimist. I'm an optimist globally, but in regards to specifically America, I'm like a very, very pessimistic about like the next, say, 50 years of American history.
So this is like a really tough, damn, fuck. I shouldn't have, fuck.
Okay.
You think I'm wrong?
I should have prepared for this book, but he was like in the middle of a conversation, you know? I should have prepared for it before though.
Like, how do you feel about that? Like, would you agree? Like, do you feel differently?
Yeah, I probably feel a little bit pessimistic, but for different reasons. But
Like, what are you pessimistic about?
I mean, like things like misinformation.
All right, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna All right, he's down. He's down. All right, let me Yep, he's gonna come on. He's down. Let me do this Discord shit. There we go. All right. All right, he's here. Hey, what's up, man?
Oh, what's up?
Yeah, I saw the whole thing. I didn't cover the whole thing on stream because I was late. I saw the whole thing, and first I want to ask you, like, what was your impression? What do you think of him?
He's like, I mean, I talk to people that have pretty much the same views on everything that he has, like, all the time. So I wasn't really like, I don't know, like, I just feel like he's like very dismissive. He's very like defensive. He's like hard to like. He kept saying that I was bouncing around on topics, but it was like anytime I was like trying to stick to one thing, he'd eventually just like table it. And I feel like I was like being patient and being like, okay, well, let's talk about something else then. But I don't know. I think he was just like trying to find something to like. He's not really interested in having a conversation. I don't think. Like genuine. Like I think it's like pure. Like I was calling him like a rhetorical gladiator. You know, like he's just looking for like a sort of scuffle over rhetoric. Like I'm not interested in doing that.
When it comes to that thing where he like asks you something and you respond, he's like, "Oh, you're talking about something else now." He has this thing where it's like, if you don't give him the answer he wants, he's claiming that you're pivoting. But
yeah,
when you apply this
Markov chain too.
Yeah, yeah.
Like,
but
if
if
I was
you
a Markov chain, then you would know what I was going to reply. But like, you're mad that I'm not being a Markov bot, actually.
Yeah, but he does the same thing but worse, you know? So it's like he like for him a pivot means he didn't give you the answer he expected. So what I think about Destiny psychologically is that I've kind of built like a psychological profile a little bit of him, and when it comes down to it, he is a pretty much like a pervert. And a pervert thinks they pretty much, like to put it in layman's terms, a pervert thinks they know it already. They already know the object of all discourse, of every possible
Well,
argument.
he said as much.
Yeah, they already know it, right? So when he asks you a question and he's really confident that there's only one way to answer the question, and then you upset his expectation that actually that's not the only way this question could be answered, he'll be like, "Oh, you just pivoted. You're talking about something else now and you're rambling with a Markov chain," right? But one thing I do disagree with you about that you said is that you said you don't think he's a stupid person, and that's kind of confusing.
I don't think he is. No, I think that because you have to be pretty smart, or like there's a type of intelligence. I think he has a lot of social intelligence, actually. Like I don't know if he's like that intelligent on like I don't know, like what IQ test or whatever the fuck people mean by that. But I think he's like very good at like he talks a lot about his like teenage years or whatever, and like manipulating friend groups and things like that. Like I think he's really good at like social engineering. And this is actually how he was describing how he felt language worked in the first place. Like when we were talking about language, is that he basically views language as like you're creating tools to like manipulate the emotional responses of others. Like every word, like you're trying to guess in your mind what this word means to the other person, and you're like using words in a sort of way to manipulate their sentiments based off of like your understanding of their meaning of this word or whatever, right?
Well, yeah, that part was kind of embarrassing to me because it's like this is supposedly an educated person. He pretty much was giving this really just seemed to be extremely outdated, like the most naive empiricist view of what I mean. Like, doesn't everyone admit that language structures the world and it's not something that is just derivative of some kind of like sense impression? I mean, it just sounds like a really archaic, like primitive Stone Age, like, you know, like 1600s.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like it's really
literally
stupid.
It's really like not metaphysically serious, but you know, like
Yeah.
I don't know. Like he's just like he was saying that effectively, you know, there's like logical, like literally, like if he read like Gödel or like, you know, Wittgenstein, like he was trying to bring up Wittgenstein at the end, and he was saying that like he thought that I didn't understand Wittgenstein, but I think he's actually gotten like the sort of like positivist like reception of Wittgenstein and like Anglo-Atlantic like philosophy, analytical philosophy,
Yeah.
and that the way that they interpreted Wittgenstein is like this horrific monstrosity.
No, I mean,
where,
even,
like,
even in that
you know?
regard, Destiny's not educated. Like, if you ask him about, like, you know, Carnap or, like, actual analytic philosophers or anything, he won't be able to tell you anything. I mean, this guy literally just, everything is based on things he's learned on. He's never actually like done any offline.
Yeah, I mean, he was saying
gathering.
effectively that like when he does information, like it's kind of ironic because he was saying that I just go from my macro perspective and just try to like pick and choose things on a micro perspective that support it. But he's actually just describing the exact same thing that he was describing as his process of research for debates, where he's like picked a position on a macro level, and then he goes and finds a bunch of studies to support what he's saying. And then he uses that as like, that's like his rhetorical technique. Like that's the proper way. That's how you critically engage, as he was describing. So he was that's like literally his process. Like, the thing is with people like him is that he projects, like everyone's always projecting, like people project all the time and they hate it and almost never recognize when they're doing it themselves. I mean, I also project onto other people. I mean, everyone does it all the time. No one's really aware of it, but like, was pretty clear that he like was projecting his own like methodology onto me, and it's like that's not actually at all how I do things.
You mentioned something about social intelligence, and the thing that kind of gets me that's a little interesting is there's kind of two ways I engage with people, right? The first way is kind of like, okay, good faith intellectual, let's talk in the spirit of ideas, let's talk in the spirit of like disinterested, no bullshit. You know, I call it, let's say, the meat and potatoes of it, right?
A symposium, yeah.
Yeah, let's talk in that way. And then there's the other side of me, which is like the more social kind, where I'm laid back, laughing, and that's where the social intelligence comes in. And it's so weird because you mentioned social intelligence, and in his case, you know, if you zoom, like, what he does is that when you're talking to him in the spirit of the ideas, and you're not interested in playing social games because you're not friends, you're being very formal, you're being professional, he'll insert that shit and it'll make him feel like he looks good or something. But you zoom out and it's like, okay, well, how about we don't have any spirit of the eyes and we just have the social thing, right? In that case, he's a fucking twerp. And you have to understand, like, I know a little bit about like his social circles and on Twitch and like all that kind of.
Oh yeah,
this guy, he's not
a band
like.
kid, dude.
You have to understand, like, he's not a well-respected.
Think about it this way: he's somebody in high school who was a band kid, right? And what he did was like he had a lot of like shit. Like he took AP classes. You know, he was like an honor student, so he has a lot riding on his like self-conception as like one of these like elite of the mind, right? And this is like how he's manipulating like his social sphere in that sort of like.
But you have to understand his social sphere. To be clear, his social sphere is going to be the other band kids. It's not going to be like the normal kid.
No.
Because at the end of the day,
I think that like I'm not trying to sway his audience. Like I don't expect that I like swayed much of his audience. But what I did know is that there's a lot of people who just like watch him who aren't like as innately attached to him like in the same way. He has like a lot of like hardcore super fans, but he has even more just like sort of neutral watchers who like don't even necessarily agree with him, but like would just find him to be someone who's like he's pretty straight up in like what he believes, I think, right? Like he's not that slippery regarding his own positions. So like, for instance, I already got like reached out from a bunch of people I know, like in SF, like tech people or whatever, who watch Destiny. I didn't even know they were Destiny watchers, but they're like, yo, bro, what the fuck? You were on there? I was like, yeah. So it's like, there's a lot of people watching who are like, you know, I think they are aware of that he's like a bit of a twerp as well. So I was really just trying to be like a patient like person and just come off.
Well, what I'm trying to say is that if you notice something that I, you know, would see in high school or like middle school, especially high school wasn't like that, at least for me. Middle school was more like primal, right? And I noticed them in middle school that in the groups of, let's call them nerds or band kids or like, you know, the kind of like weirder kids, right? The people that Destiny would be a part of, it's very brutal there, right? You'd think that these are the people who are kind of like, oh, we're going to be wholesome.
People. They're the
and then
people.
So with Destiny, I imagine he's the guy who like, he considers himself an apex predator because he preys on the fellow band kid, socially inept weaklings. But then you zoom out and like you like, for example, Destiny is a loser among the normies of Twitch. He's like no one respects him. He has no authority. He doesn't have any social intelligence. He's considered a weirdo. Like, that's it, right? But among like losers, fellow losers and band kids, that's where the kind of, but it's, I don't, what I'm trying to say is I'm kind of pushing back on what you're saying, because I'm saying I don't really think he has social intelligence.
Not in, yeah, you're right. Not in like the large, like main.
Yeah, because like for example,
regarding like his attempt to deal with like mainstream democratic politics is like they immediately kicked him out because he doesn't have like he's repellent to like. But what I'm saying is that it does require like a certain type of social intelligence to be like, let's say, like the Machiavellian leader of the band kids, you know, who are like all like pretty Machiavellian
I think
themselves.
What it stems more from to me is more this kind of willingness to go places others won't go to, not necessarily because you're more intelligent, but because you're more willing to engage in kind of like disregard basic human decency more and basically disregard any sense of morality. I think that's more where it comes
like
from.
the bravery, like it's like this position of like
Precisely.
the bravery of
like
nihilism.
for example, Destiny will be brave enough to defend child pornography and the abuse of children.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Brave enough to suggest that like consensual incest, there's no material, there's no reason for that.
Yeah,
to be
that's not necessarily intelligent, but it is something that it does challenge, right? And people respect the challenge because it's not very easy to kind of like, it's like, okay, like for example, he's like, okay, yeah, I am a cuck. What of it? And then it's like, okay, on the one hand, like for children or for teenagers, that's kind of hard to challenge because, like at the end of the day, you know, who cares, right? You don't really have these underlying unconscious associations that adults have, like through experience, that allows you to really like understand how fucked up that is, or how dishonorable or how shameful it is, right?
Really,
so that
the
bravery
only level that like his audience is only judging things on this like this level of like dramatic performance, where it's like, oh, this person got mad, so like they're cringe, and it's like because Destiny has no real sense of shame, such that like he can't really be like I mean, ultimately when he's being insulted, it probably does bother him, but he's very good at like presenting as if he has like complete detachment from these things, and that he's just like, you know, like a kind of neutral arbiter, and that he has like no illusions about himself, and that he's not hiding anything about himself. And I don't think he really does hide that much about himself. He probably, if he's hiding anything, it's as much it's more like his weaknesses, you know? Like
I think I think you're kind of right in the sense there's not, this is what you have to understand when it comes to Destiny. There's not much he has to hide. You just need to have a bigger picture of things. I mean, it seems like he's a significant person because of his following, but his following is not particularly impressive given his background as like a pro. He was like a Tyler 1 type of like really like ninja Tyler 1 kind of.
Yeah, I remember back in StarCraft 2 days, man.
Yeah, so I mean, that's where it all comes from, and it's not particularly impressive that he's maintained the following he has, given the extent to which he was able to like acquire it in the first place, in the beginning, right? So, but what it really comes down to is you just have to see the bigger picture and understand, like, this guy's a fucking loser, right? And I don't just mean to denigrate him when I say that. I mean to say, like, when it comes to the real world and all of the basic unwritten norms that define what will gain a human being respect and what allows them to gain real world clout and significance and like their word
recognition, historical recognition,
their word actually mattering, like he doesn't satisfy that criteria whatsoever. Another thing too is that what I find really sad is,
he's going to be remembered. Like it's not like his name is going to echo down.
No, of course not. Of course not. Like, but what I find really pathetic is it's like I'm not a very judgmental person, right? I can engage in a good faith conversation with anyone, a disinterested one. But it seems like with people like Destiny, what they'll do is they'll be like, okay, you're having a conversation with someone where you're trying to talk about things that aren't about. It's like you're not trying to be Destiny's friend. You're not trying to impress him. You're not trying to like, you know, get pussy out of this. You're not trying to like, you know, climb some social ladder among the band kids. You just want to have, as you put it, sorry, I can't fucking say it. Symposium, yeah. You want to have that symposium where, you know, you're going to be really mature and kind of professional, formal, just in the sense like, okay, we're not going to actually make this about like, you know, I don't know you, you don't know me, but here are the ideas, right? And it seems like when you try to do that with him, he tries to like go left field and be like, no, what are the like rhetorical and social implications of all this shit? And what's especially pathetic about that to me is that it's like, well, Destiny, if I tell you the truth about what I think about you at that level, like, I think you're a loser. I think you're someone who would be a band kid in high school who I would never hang out with at all, because like I genuinely think you're like, you know, a boring weirdo loser or whatever, right? But I don't say that because I'm trying to actually focus on the spirit of the ideas, right?
Well, the thing is, though, is that like his part of his rhetorical performance is to pull everything down to that level, because then you can just like constantly suspend the actual discussion of ideas.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's like a few times where it's like, you know, it's like, okay, well, I just said a lot of things, and you've just like right after I've said this, like, you know, I've done a lot of considering of what I'm going to say, and I've thought about this for a long time. So this is like how I see it. And he's like, that's nonsense. And it's like, well, you know, it isn't, but you know, if you, like, that's just, so if we like, okay, like that's it then, right? Like,
I think what it all comes down to really is, and this is what I said when I first started going on stream, like, all of this shit is just a matter of, it's literally as simple as good faith or bad faith. So I get it that the burden is usually on you to like, you know, demonstrate that what you're saying has some merit or significance, right? But in order for that to be appreciated, someone does have to create an opening in their web of associations where like you'll say something and he'll be like, oh, you know what, that actually does remind me of something. And then that's the ground of a discussion where like he gave you the charity of good faith, right? Where he was able to connect something within his, you know, let's just say web of associations with something you said. And that's how a conversation, an interesting conversation, can proceed. But he is beginning with this kind of initial presumption that you have nothing of any significance or importance to say. And to be honest with you, Logo, the reason for that is because of your association with me. If you were not associated with me, he might have actually like engaged with you in an actual more charitable and good faith way. It's just he saw that you were associated with me, so it's like, okay, I'm just going to assume the conclusion you're like a complete dumbass who doesn't know, like you have nothing of any value or importance to say. And I mean, it's like you could pretty much do that. You could do that to anyone, right? Especially if you have a bigger following and a bigger audience that's gonna like encourage or validate your ability to do that. Like, anyone could fucking do that to anyone, you know?
yeah, I mean, I didn't expect like any to like change his mind or anything. I just wanted to see like how it would go. Like, I was just like curious. I don't know.
Yeah,
I thought it was interesting.
When yeah,
I,
like
when
when
definitely got like a lot of clarity as to like what specific topics like made him like, I could tell like when he was like not confident in his, when he's not confident in his like knowledge or like his ability to like dominate the rhetorical playing field, like he's gonna quickly sashay to another one because he's not interested in learning anything. Like he
said something really dumb. He said math is a priori, right?
Yeah.
When he said
one,
our
right?
ability to have math is a priori, and I said, okay, if that's true, doesn't that say something about the a priori nature of language itself? And I'm not talking about like you know, grammar specifically, or like Chomsky's universal grammar or anything, or you know, the way in which we pronounce words, but just the ability to make things intelligible. I mean, that is up the same alley as the ability to have a sense of abstract quantity, right? The ability to, it's just all about form in general, and that's what language really is. Language gives expression to form, right? At some level. So
language is like almost form itself. Like,
yeah, exactly. Like, yeah.
Like the world doesn't have form.
Yeah.
Like we create form like through this sort of, like, language is like also like deeper than just like word sounds and things like that. It's like it's like communicability itself, and like the reason, like,
well,
like
that's
what,
actually
like,
something
says, right?
I also thought
says,
was really stupid.
Nature has no outline, but like imagination has, like, right, like, well, we like, there's objects like in and of themselves do not have like determinate edges. Like you could imagine, or you could even look at the world as one singular object with like just things emerging and rising out of it as like one like the universe is like one total object or whatever, in which like, you know, we're just like fingernail clippings from this like, you know, like you can look at things like that. Like there's no necessity of like differentiating any object from any other object or whatever. Like we do this because we've like created these outlines. Like that's what our intelligence does. Like that's what our imaginations do. So like what consciousness does.
Yeah, I mean, like even if that wasn't the case, though, I think it's important to bear in mind that, you know, this idea that he was trying to get, that like language is just about communication, I fundamentally disagree with that. If anything, I mean, this is if language is the basic form of thought, and you know, being and thinking are the same, like, which is from Parmenides or whatever, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Language is actually not about communication. It's about giving expression in some kind of way to truth. Language is about being. It's not actually about communication. If anything, communication is downstream from the fundamental, let's call it the fundamental split within the world that gives rise to the necessity of its reflection in language. When you communicate something, you're not communicating objects in the world. What you're doing is you're communicating the very ability to make those, the very structure out of which those objects are intelligible. So it's like, if you want to put it in Lacan's terms, or like, you know, I don't want to like bring jargon to this, but like for Lacan, language is like, comes from this symbolic order, right? This order of signifiers and unconscious associations we have. And that's what's being communicated. It's the very symbolic order itself that's being, and our like social status and our position. That's what communication is. Communication is the communication of the transcendental structure of the world, if you want to put it in that way. It's not actually the communication of like some one-sided and undialectical notion of things in themselves, you know?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that all of this is like, in order to talk about anything at this level, you have to have someone who's interested in talking about things at this level. But if you have someone who's just like a naive realist or whatever, and you know, they believe in like this sort of like sense certainty, but then they're ultimately
that's really
like
stupid. I couldn't believe he said that. I couldn't believe he said like,
what do you even do?
When he said
no actual discourse in his cosmos. He actually doesn't believe in conversations. Like he just believes that there's like, you know, that like effectively, you know, he's like, he was effectively saying, right, that like the superior like Western countries who have like better morals and ethics or whatever are also stronger. Like the reason why we have like such a strong military presence across the world is because we're better. Like that's like his description of things. Like,
yeah,
I couldn't. It's totally circular.
I couldn't actually believe he said something so naive that language is just the communication of experiences, and specifically the experience of what, like sense datum, like what, he doesn't understand how fundamentally archaic and that view of the, like, I mean, if he doesn't he claim to like understand philosophy or something? Like, how could you have any philosophical background and just no one believes? By the way, it's like, you know, no one believes.
He doesn't. He thinks it's boring. Like, because what he's looking for
people don't understand
this. I just
this.
want to know how to defend my points. Like, all I care about is winning the rhetorical game.
Yeah, but
like,
to be clear,
is this going to help me?
Yeah, but to be clear,
he's like gorgeous. Like he's a sophist. He doesn't care about truth. He doesn't even believe it exists.
Yeah, but
so,
to
like,
be clear, like people need to know this. The view, empiricism, the notion that like the object of thought is just something out there, the empirical objects, right? That is like so crazy that the only people who seriously like who take empiricism seriously after, let's call it the experience of analytical philosophy in the 20th century, right? That's people like Deleuze, who have these crazy views of like these Lovecraftian views of like the empirical sense object. Like that's, empiricism is not a mainstream position. It's so stupid how people call themselves empiricists. Like the successors of the empiricists, whether they're the positivists or the post-positivists, they don't actually believe that you can say or know anything about some kind. That's like too metaphysical for them. For them, it's the way in which the data is structured. right? It's not about the consistency of our knowledge with some external world. That's too metaphysical. It's about the consistency of our knowledge with like the structures, right? That we create arbitrarily, like
It's
and means
literally
of
all
measurement.
Lindy.
Yeah.
Lindy, like it's like the Lindy hermeneutic, where it's like this thing has existed, it will continue to exist. It is Lindy ipso fact. Like that's the empiricist circle. Is like Destiny's like NATO is Lindy. You know,
Do you think
like
what do you? I don't know. I mean, this is also something I was saying is like. I think the only reason is this kind of trolling him at this point because I was thinking like, should we get Kantbot on to like metaphorically?
I think it would go pretty much the same way.
But I feel like Kantbot, since his name is Kantbot, I think he would metaphorically castrate Destiny with the Kantian scissors and just it would lead to a total collapse of his whole worldview. I think.
What would happen is that he would just start interrupting KB when he was like using like specific like philosophical terminology, which he would do purely reactively because the words would be like he'd be recognizing that the like words are hitting him and like he's not understanding. And when he's in a position of like not understanding, he's like in a position of weakness rhetorically. So then he'll try to like move it on to something else. Like you're not going to pull a real conversation out of this guy. It's not possible. Like, I think I proved that. Like, I don't know how much more patient or like I could have been. Like, I was trying. I don't know.
I think
like,
it's not just nerdy people that watch him. It's more like the vicious cunt band kid who's like somehow on the one hand very low on like the social hierarchy or whatever, but on the other hand, and all of their ability to like do anything in life comes from like supposedly using their head. They're kind of like these people who think for a living, right? But they don't engage in any kind of creative use of thought. And it's kind of this interesting paradox. It's like on the one hand, they're nerds.
They're brain warriors. It's just a psychological warrior, like.
Well, that's the thing. Is like, to what extent does it actually work to what extent does it actually demonstrate any understanding of psychology? Like at what point is this just using clout and using like the following you have to kind of like push a narrative and then collectively celebrate
his actual way of what I like about Destiny is that he's sort of like a little microcosm of like the hegemony we have. He's like does everything that like our prevailing hegemony does. Like, you know what I mean? Like he's literally done like false flag attacks on like people's communities and things. I don't know if he's done that recently, but he's definitely talked about doing things like that, like organizing raids and things like that. And like, the sort of subterranean networks of like clout and, influencer economies or whatever. That's like what's interesting about him. So, yeah, I mean, he did the same thing, right? Where it's like, okay, we just don't want to talk about NATO, like the history of NATO. Okay, like we just won't talk about it. Like we're gonna start talking about it, but then, like for instance, he turned my claim where I was like, NATO is basically the Fourth Reich, and then he wanted to turn this claim into like that I was saying specifically the like SS specifically was NATO or whatever, and it's like that's not really what I mean. Like,
well, again, you gotta understand is that. This community, they're literally a bunch of dumb fucks. It's like the saddest thing of all is like
I didn't expect anything else, dude.
No,
like,
I know, but they're dumb fucks, and everything they think of you is gonna be based on how much charity Destiny does. If he wakes up on the wrong side of his bed and decides to be bad faith, his community is gonna speak negatively of you.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, so it's all it comes down to. Like, there's nothing you're saying that's inherently, too complicated or ridiculous. Like people's willingness to be able to think about it and take it seriously is going to come from how their streamer is reacting to it.
I mean, yeah, that's pretty much it. I mean, it's very basic shit. I didn't really expect things to go any other way. I just thought it would be interesting to see like what in particular would be like, I just wanted to know what his response was to certain things. It's just very clear he doesn't read. And like, frankly, if you don't read, then you can't really have that large of like knowledge. Like books are like literally like the only relevant media that exists for most time periods of history. Like if you want to have access to, understanding most time periods in history and the way people thought or whatever, you have to read. Like, there's no other way. Like, he was like, well, you can watch documentaries. It's like, well, ultimately, that's a script, you know?
I think
That's
the
like a
issue with
secondary sort
him
of
is
script.
that he doesn't have this idea of like, this is something I was going to talk about later, like a hermeneutic circle, right?
Yeah.
He doesn't have this idea that like every instance of a particular judgment is informed by some kind of holistic understanding, and vice versa. Every holistic understanding is going to only have reference in its particular instances.
Yeah.
And
Doesn't believe that
for
there's,
him it's
like, a
only the
single
particular,
world.
and he's very
Yeah, exactly. There's
Yeah.
nothing that coordinates all of these things. There's just like people brute forcing like through their own individual experimentation. And like what he really means is like, you know, he knows more because he's done more or whatever. Like, you know, so he's like he has money and he goes all around and like, you know, he's had all these different experiences. And so he's like, yeah, like I have like he'll be like, do you really think that like you could present an idea that hasn't been presented to me before? Like, you know, he's King Solomon, you know, he's like the world weary. he's that's like, you know,
Yeah.
he's jaded with everything in the world, you know, because he knows everything. Like,
Yeah.
wow, isn't that really cool? Like, it'd be really cool to be someone who's like already figured everything out.
Yeah, I honestly think it's just really a really sad and well, what were you actually? You kind of just wanted to see how it would go, right?
Yeah, I didn't expect it to go.
That's how I
anywhere
think
else.
it is too. But I think his main thing is pretty much this kind of thing where it's like, okay, why should I care?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes I do that too, though. Like, you know, I was like, okay, like sometimes, like, you know, people presume that people care. I don't think that, like, you know, like for instance, like we care about very different things. For instance, he'd be like, well, like the UN considered this like criminal or whatever, and I'd be like, well, I don't really care. Like, you know, that doesn't.
No,
really
no, I
matter
know,
to
but
me.
what I'm trying to say is that he doesn't present himself as having this kind of like, he's very anti-Platonist. You know, he doesn't present himself as having this contingent yet holistic sense of truth. So when you say something, he's not going to be like, oh, you're contesting my worldview. He's going to be like, you are saying nothing of any meaning. I mean, like, whereas for you and me, if someone says something, we're going to take seriously the fact that there's some meaning there, right? So we're going to be like, okay.
I do not think it is possible to say something that has no meaning. Like,
Yeah,
I literally
agree.
don't believe that is fundamentally possible. Like, even if you were like completely like you've had your brain fucked up and you're like old and you have like dementia and you're using the wrong words for things, like every one of your utterances still would have meaning, even if you're using all of the wrong words. You know what I mean? Like, it's just kind of like insane to me to suggest that there's like anything that doesn't have meaning to it. Like,
well,
I feel like
the saddest thing
has
of all
so
is
much
that
meaning.
what people don't know is that, you know, schizophrenics, everything they say has meaning. It's just the object of their speech is the very pain of not being able to align. It's not that they have a secret meaning that they're trying to get out. It's that they're struggling with the affect of meaninglessness itself. And that's what's so tragic about it. And that is meaningful.
Yeah, I mean, frankly,
that's a meaning.
Frankly,
that itself has meaning in it, you know?
Like, if you're like talking, like, you know, for instance, like if I'm like, okay, like I know like what things I like could or couldn't do that would like get me shut down pretty fast. For instance, if I was like, well, like, you think, like, I was trying to do this when I was asking him about like stories, right? Like, is there any like authority to like a story, or like does like narrative in general, or like, you know, the way the stories we tell each other, and like, you know, this use of language in that sense to like narrativize and to like bring order to things, does this have any like predictive power or meaning? And it's like, it's really difficult to say no, but he was basically saying no, you know, or like we moved off of that subject really fast, because if you grant that, then it's like, well, then there actually is like a lot of meaning to like things like the Bible or like, you know, these narratives. But I think that's like very boring for him. Like, as you said, he found Homer boring. It's like, what if you find Homer boring? It's like, do you even like what? Like, what do you like? What even matters then? Like, the Homeric epics are boring to you. Like, who are you? Who are you?
I think
Maybe you're fucking wrong. Maybe you are not like you are the one who's failing them. You know, like there's this pride to it that I like don't understand. Where it's like, when people confront something that they don't understand, there's like one way where it's like, oh wow, like I want to be able to understand this because I don't. And then there's like, I don't understand this, And that means it's meaningless.
Well, no,
You know, like I never.
here's
I
what
don't
it comes down
understand that.
to. He's trying to get the best of both worlds. Like on the one hand, he's trying to be like, oh, I'm this brainy guy, and forgive me for being such a twerp. It's because of my big brain. It's like, okay, if that's your angle, you do have to respect Homer. You can't just act like, oh no, no, you don't look cool. You look like a fucking loser. You have nothing. Like if you're a genuinely charming, cool person, like I don't know, if you're some kind of like entertainer,
Like Zizek or something.
I'm saying like if you're like Aiden Ross or something, let's just say like that, you don't have then it you're not gonna get you're not gonna get attacked for not liking Homer, but like Destiny, your only supposed value comes from pretending to be like an intellectual with a big brain, so it's not like you're some like particularly funny, charming person, So
Yeah.
it's that's what I'm talking about with the contradiction at hand. It's like on the one hand they want to be like these nerds, on the other hand they're these philistines, and it's like the most ugly combination you could possibly have. It's like I said, it's the vicious cunt band kid. That's exactly what it is.
Yeah, it's like student council elections and that sort of thing. Like you learn how to. There's like a whole subset of skills for that, and like I know his background sort of. It like makes sense. I know a lot of people who come out like that. It's like not that unique. There's like that's why so many people watch him, because like there's a lot of people who have like we have this sort of like eugenic grooming of like these honor students, right? Like where it's like, oh, like you've been selected as like you've been selected for your innate intelligence or whatever, and it's like you have like this divine right and like destiny above the people who weren't selected and like granted honors or like in the AP classes or whatever. There's like that whole thing. Like I think that's like one of the worst aspects of like American culture is that we have this like like God, like the narcissistic gifted kid society. Like it's so fucking disgusting. Like everyone like oh, I like went to college so I'm like better than
I honestly think
people who didn't.
unironically, I think the issue comes down to there's not enough bullying. And I say that unironically, like these people for some reason were forgiven and not bullied, and I think that
I don't think
kind of
that's true. I think they are the bullies. Like that's what.
No,
bullying is.
what I'm trying to tell you is they're only the bullies among the victims themselves. Like they're not actually the bullies at the top of the food chain. These are like it's almost like they're the lumpen.
That's how bullying works, though.
They're like the lumpen petite bourgeoisie. They're not actually like the bourgeoisie. They're the
way I
lumpen
put
petite.
it,
Yeah.
is that like the idea that like like the really high status guy in like high school or whatever was the bully, like the popular guy, etc. That's never been true.
You're right.
That's like
You're right.
the mythology created by this like Machiavellian band kid people.
But
so,
I
they
think
projected themselves onto that.
But I think
yeah,
people
that's never how it's been.
I think these like vicious band kids do need to kind of be put in their place. They kind of get too much of a free reign.
Well, yeah, I mean, like our empire is designed to like cultivate them and like give them as much power as possible. So
yeah,
it's difficult. I mean, like that's why it's like I wouldn't want to like I hate the whole like pro bullying thing though, because it's like really ultimately like what that means is like more people like this. Like that's what this is.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of find it weird. Well, this is what I'm saying. When people say, "Oh, you're getting bullied, Haas," what I don't get is like, how is it just? It's only because he has more viewers that it looks that way. And people can't
like,
wrap that around their
be
fucking head.
bullied
It's
if
only
you
because he
fucking
has more
care.
viewers. There's no other reason. It's like the dynamic isn't that objectively. It just appears that way because I have less viewers and less of a following,
Well,
and that's it.
I feel more like, I'm like the student, I'm like a substitute teacher who like went into the classroom and then like, I'm like having to argue with like the class clown. He's like, oh, I think this is all meaningless. Like, I don't want to do this assignment. Like, prove to me that it's worth doing or whatever. And then it's like, okay, like, I guess I won't. And then it's like the next day they're like, wow, you fucking own that substitute teacher. It's like, how much do you think that matters to the person? You know what I mean? Where it's like, yeah, you guys can like have your like big,
Logo,
like,
I'll literally be
celebrations.
sitting there doing
Who
nothing.
cares?
I'll literally be sitting there not giving a fuck, doing nothing. and then they'll all throw this shit. Oh, you're being destroyed right now, and I'm like, you know what I mean? Like, what? Like, all they're doing is just imposing on you a psychological state.
It's literally what
that
we're
you
doing
don't
in Ukraine
have
right now, right?
Yeah.
Where it's like you just create. It's the information war, right? Like the actual facts of the matter much less than the interpretation of the facts. So if you like people on the right do this all the time. It's a huge like internet psychosis where people build like these like reinforcement centers where it's like they just like contain themselves in this like reality where it's like, oh yeah, you got fucking owned or whatever, and it's like that's the consensus of this community. Like we're running this poll and look, like we all agree because we're all part of this. Like we all agree, and you're getting ratioed or whatever. And it's like okay, like you're doing all of this to support your own conclusions, right? Like you're creating this proof for yourself. Like it's not.
Based.
It doesn't exist
Nothing
for
like
any other
ABT
purpose.
Destiny. He is a neoliberal.
Thank you,
wanted
Kevin.
him to run the
that
poll,
his whole
right?
subjectivity is
I had
based
to run
on
the poll
performance.
because like the
Virtual
two
feedback
things
loops.
are like the two
No
things like the
substance
two most
simulacra.
popular responses are didn't watch it and no, like anti me and like didn't watch. You know what I mean?
Oh, another thing that I found particularly funny was when he would say shit like beauty is subjective. And I don't actually think he knows what the term subjective actually means.
No, I know, but
What-
like,
is he trying to say that-
statement is like, is that true? Like,
But doesn't he know
a
that
subjective statement?
doesn't he know that a subject implies an object?
No, I mean, if we're talking about like in all seriousness, like no, like he doesn't know, like he hasn't gone through these things. He doesn't take it seriously. Like he's very content with
Like, why does he?
the
I think
common
he's
sense.
well.
the
Even if you
bourgeois.
use common sense, he's making the assumption that because something is subjective, that means it's somehow arbitrary or not objective or related to the object or some kind of common object. Like, for example, if you say, okay,
what
Destiny.
he means by subjective is trivial, or it means that it's undecidable. It's
Yeah, or
uncertain.
let's say you ask him like, okay, Destiny, why is a work of art subjective? And you say, okay, it's because it depends on, the perspective. People have different things to say about different works of art. And then what I would say is that, okay, how do you know that's not a feature of objects themselves to give rise to a multitude of different... You know what I mean? Like, how does that mean it's subjective or somehow arbitrary? And then finally, when I really realized this was a disgusting person, like legit a grotesque fucking I don't know. It's so disgusting. It's like, and you know what? I know you don't want to go here. You're not the Lysenko guy, but it does reflect physically. It's so grotesque. When he said art is about different subjective enjoyments. When he said enjoyment, that's when I actually felt physical disgust. Because the experience
it just means does it get you off or not? Like, that's all it means.
that literally enjoyment, gratification has nothing to do with sublimity. It's the opposite of sublimity. Actually, sublimity has a very, in the psychoanalytic sense, castrative effect on our enjoyment. Sublimity is the thing that brings us to tears. Sublimity is
it's
the
like
thing...
fear and horror and awe.
Exactly. Yeah, it is not the thing that we enjoy. The thing that we enjoy precisely isn't immediately sublime. Like the sublime is like the sublime can even be beauty can be a horrific, horrible fucking thing we do not enjoy whatsoever, but which is somehow a painful truth.
I just always think of like the biblical angels, right? Like
Yeah.
where it's like
Beauty,
be not afraid, Beauty
like, is not
when you're
about
really encountering something beautiful. It's actually horror. It's like terrifying.
Yeah, beauty is not
Sometimes.
about enjoyment. It's about truth.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
if anyone who thinks beauty is arbitrary, look, you can measure this in mass media. There may be different tastes, but tastes have a rationale and logic to them. There's laws to this. There's patterns to this. It's not just chaotic. It's like if you
but the thing is though, is if you have to grant that, then actually the like history of like the most beautiful things produced by man, like then really matters, and it like matters that you're like educated in these things, so you have the experience of these things, so you can recognize them in the world around you. You know what I mean? It's like that's like the sad thing to me is that like literature, like reading, it's taken as this like masturbatory exercise. Like that's what he was saying as well, and it's like I don't think that's true at all. Like Like that's pretty like that's like disgusting, I think, to like suggest that like education or like, reading like the great works of like world historical literature is masturbatory is just like, well, then what isn't masturbatory? Like playing Elden Ring? And like what he really means is that it's like, well, Elden Ring is just as masturbatory, but I have no problem with that.
Well, I think it comes from when he said that language is about communication, which is actually the biggest problem. Because when you get down to it, right? Language is not about the communication between a number of parties, right? Or one or two people or three people. There is always a third reference point in any type of communication that is not party to that communication. Always. Lacan calls that the big other, right? And it's just kind of intuitive, makes sense. The big other, right? That kind of like thing we always assume knows the object of our speech. It's implied when we communicate, right? And why I think text is such a privileged medium specifically, and why reading is so important, is because this is the only way we can draw out language.
What Destiny ultimately wants is for you to be ashamed for
Joshua.
talking with him.
This is the only way we can draw out language in the absolute sense from its opposite, where it is not between two people, it's the very origin of the objective process out of which language emerges. Text allows us, in a way that is, I would say, beyond time and beyond space, allows us to articulate. It's almost like it allows us to have a conversation with nothing. To speak qua the void. To me, that is the essence of language.
I agree. Like, so much of this stuff, but like I can also like put on Destiny goggles and it's just like he's like, that's literally meaningless. Like you have to define all of those terms. And it's just like, yeah, I guess. Okay. Like he wants to take like a poetic statement, and like a poetic statement to him means like a false statement, or like a statement that's like embellished or is like not precise enough, or it's like undefinite in its ultimate meaning, It's like uncertain what it means because it means too much, like a poetic statement, like as you were saying, like having a communication with nothing, with the void, like that's too abstract, dude. Like, what do you even mean? Like, are you high? Are you smoking? Like, you know what I mean?
It's like if you were locked in a room. I think the reason that's such a traumatic thing to have to think about is like if you're locked in a room, you don't have any immediate validation from your chat. You don't have any immediate validation from others. You don't have anyone to comfort you. You really then have to find out what you're made of, right? That's where you're going to be confronted with the question of, okay, I can't take refuge in other people anymore. I actually have to see what I'm made of. And I think that's something that would be terrible. I think that guy, it would kill him. Probably physically kill him. Like, he would not be able to handle something like that. Like, to truly be alone,
Well, he's not. That's the thing. He's like constantly tied up in this. Like he has this huge network of people. So I doubt he actually spends that much time like alone.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's like before you can get your validation from others. Like, I like this kind of Cartesian. I don't like Descartes himself, his conclusions, but I like the moment of Cartesian doubt where you are truly alone and you have no certainty in anything. And it's like you have to begin from something. You need a beginning, right? A beginning that you can't derive from from
just
convention.
Funny to me because it's like he values things like like Elden Ring or something, but it's like I don't think he could like really like he could talk about like the mechanics or whatever, but like say like the art design or like the general like construction of it, the architecture of it, like what is the point of the game, like what is it supposed to mean, like what are these aesthetics from, where are these names from, like what cosmos is it trying to like represent sort of like mythologically, like through this like large metaphor or whatever. What's the point of the game? Like what did the artist who made this game,
to translate
what was he trying to communicate with it?
To translate it into analytical philosophy terms, he is plagued, people like him, they're plagued by what Wilfrid Sellars, he calls it the myth of the given. Have you ever heard of this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, oh, there's just this. There's just the self-evident surface of
Precisely.
reality that
They don't have this anxiety that, hold on, this is not given, and this is somehow
They
contingent.
don't believe in Satan, basically.
Yeah.
Like that's like the real thing. It's like there's like a type of atheism where like you're still like afraid of like Satan or whatever. Like you're afraid of like being like that like surfaces are like lying to you. You know that like the way things just vaguely appear, or like the common sense understanding that these things have been like manipulated, or like you're being manipulated, etc. Like they believe fundamentally that like there is no power like that in the world, or it's actually worse than that, because they're like, well, there is such a power in the world, and it's like, but it only hurts dumb people who then deserve it. If you're smart enough to not to like to debunk all of the disinformation, then like you're perfectly immune from like Satan. You don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, I mean, like, the definition of a Philistine is someone who doesn't appreciate the deeper harmony and unity of the world, right? And
to them, the world is not like a piece of art. There's no meaning in it. Like to me, right? Like the way I would say it is that like human existence is the meaning of the universe. Like the universe has no meaning without people in it. I think we got to this at one point and we moved off of that subject really quickly, because I was saying like, like there is no meaning to the world. There's no mathematics in the world without human beings in the world. Like, you know what I mean? But like to say something like that is like completely unimaginable to them, because to them, mathematics is like implicit in the world, like it already was there.
yeah, I mean, it's so fucking stupid. Like, that math is actually a human being would understand quantity.
It's literally what like Eurasian
wouldn't have to have language.
William Blake describes. He's literally Eurasian, like with his like books of iron and things. Like it's literally all of the same. Like he's like a deist. He's like a druid. He like worships like the mathematics of like nature or whatever, and like the order of like he'll make reference to human nature and things, and like this sort of animal chaos of like striving and like the will to power. And then it's like groups end up having more will to power than individuals, at least in his view. So like then it's like the brute rule of like society and like social consensus.
Yeah, I mean,
why they're concerned with disinformation or whatever they put it, because what that means is that it's like the social consensus drifting against like their will to power, like what they would will the social consensus to be.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to shit like that, I think a lot of this is gonna come down to the confusion. So on the one hand, you can just be a person who's like, okay, I don't care about any of that stuff. I only care what I care about. But the moment it's like, but you're also not someone who derives their reputation from being particular. This is such an especially dangerous combination in terms of manipulating a very specific group of like social sycophants who feel like they have, on the one hand, conquered all knowledge of everything that'll ever have to be known in the entire world, and on the other hand think they've mastered the laws of like, social engagement. It's really fucking pathetic.
Yeah, they're wizards. Like it's rhetorical. Like that's what I mean when I say social intelligence. Even I think what's kind of funny is like a lot of these people, like the thing that they like deny in their stated like metaphysics or whatever is actually like the thing they've hidden that is like the source of like their power, actually, because Destiny's just like actually just like a word magician, frankly. Like he's like a sophist in that sense, where he's like a rhetorical gladiator. He's a wizard. His goal isn't to create understanding, but to create like discord in like the mind of like his interlocutor and like drive them like insane, or to like unperson them in some way. So really, like that was like my goal was
no.
Like,
I think the
try to
issue
be
is
as
that
patient as possible to see like eventually it just like ran out of steam.
No, I think the issue is that nobody ever cares about convincing Destiny, right? Fuck him, right? Who gives a shit what he thinks? It's his chat. You want that third party of like, how does this appear to the...
I don't even want his chat. The chat to me is like an extension of, is like Like to me, there'd be no difference if like his chat was like solely composed of like robots that he had like programmed, you know, and that like I'm interpret like the way I've experienced it, because like those people don't mean anything to me.
Yeah.
He like I experience it as like that's part of like
But
the
then
staging,
but then you
know?
have to
Like,
ask
he's
the
also
question,
organized
though.
this himself, right?
Yeah, but
Like they're
without
all
that
saying
following,
memes that he's created. They're all like repeating things that he's created, you know? Like
no, I know,
he
but
has
like without
created them.
no, I know, but without that following, this is the question you have to ask. Without that following, I mean, why would you want to engage with Destiny in the first place? Like, what has he actually accomplished that would make him worthy of engagement?
I just thought it was in like personally, I don't know. I don't think you can do anything really like that productive. I like one, I could say purely cynically, like a lot more people like even there's no such thing as bad press or whatever. So I want all these people to like, you know, think that they like totally ruined me and like pass my shit all around. Cause you know, I want to raise some funds, I guess. But that's like the most cynical way I could look at it. But really, I thought it would be interesting. I just thought it would be fun.
But it's interesting because he's like a famous figure who's gotten to where he is.
He's also over the hill though. Like his influence is waning, which is why he's even willing to talk to me at this point.
Oh yeah, I know it's just he needs content, you know, because he doesn't really. I mean,
Yeah, no, because it's waning.
When you were talking, let me put it this way: when you were talking to him, he was at.
He's been replaced. There's like 5 people who can do what he does now, who are like less problematic.
Let me put it this way:
totally
when you were talking to him, there was like 7,000 people. When you left, he's at 4,000.
Yeah, that's cool.
So that's what I mean. Like he definitely does need the content.
Yeah, I mean, I think I don't know. I think I'm not like ashamed or embarrassed by my performance. So I think I did okay. I don't know. I was trying to figure out what I could even do. I was like, what is even like you were saying I was moving around topics too much, and I was like, yeah, because like the way that you're engaging with the things have like already foreclosed the possibility of understanding what I'm trying to say. So I have to like go to a different level. You know what I mean?
Well, no, when he said like, for example, did Russia invade Ukraine or not? And then you're like, well, what about Libya? And he's like, well, you're changing the topic. You're not changing the topic. You're trying to show how what we define as an invasion. The
definition of an invasion
doesn't have an objective criteria. Yeah, it's not based on some neutral objective criteria. It's based in bias.
Yeah, no, that's what I was trying to say. Where I was like, well, like the definition of words is actually like a political question. You know, it's like the UN is the one. Like,
but for him to say you're pivoting, and this is why he's a pervert. For him to say you're pivoting assumes that he knows what he's talking about in the first place, and he doesn't. You reveal to him a new way of looking at what he just said, that it implies more than he wanted it to imply. So he accuses you of pivoting the topic when what you're really doing is talking about the same topic in a way that he didn't expect.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because he actually pointed this out as like his problem with like language as like a medium of discussion. I was trying to get meta at one point where I was like, well, I'm trying to like, you know, like I understand that our definitions of words aren't actually the same, and I understand the distinctions of those, and I'm trying to communicate still, you know, like I know already for a fact, like that are the words we're using are not like these perfect objects, you know, that they have histories to them, and like, you know, like but I don't think he could pick up on it. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, look, the most of the time the guy was playing video games, you know. So
I know, but I made him stop. Eventually he stopped, right? I didn't watch it.
Yeah, he did stop because you did get to him pretty significantly, but you know, usually when he's going to be playing video games while talking, it's because he's like, all right, I already know the end point of this conversation. And just like how in a video game, like you already know what a button is going to do, right? Like, or you already know, it's like it's that level of like certainty. Baseless, yeah. You know, that's what I mean, it's perverted.
Well, that's also why he doesn't read, because he feels like he already knows like that he's not going to get anything out of it. I don't know. I think that's like the biggest anxiety a lot of people have, like because like we actually talked about the literacy rate, and someone informed me that like we were talking about the literacy rate and like the early like Massachusetts Bay Colony compared to today. And I believe that he like looked it up while we were talking about it, and like I was right, and then he just like shut it down and we moved on to something else. But like I obviously wasn't watching his stream, so I don't know if that's true. I haven't gotten to that part in the
It's kind of interesting with the video games because it's like, you know, in a video game, you don't expect anything new, and yet there's something addicting about it because actually there is something new. Like everything is predefined, pre-programmed, and yet there's room for like contingency in some kind of way, right? So I don't know. I think that's where he is. Like, even when it comes to politics, when it comes to anything, it's like a video game. Yes, it's all already decided and the rules are already fixed, but for some reason that's not satisfactory. For some reason, even from there, there's some kind of like contingency, right?
I don't know, like the I could go into like the whole form of like the video game as like this like imperial apparatus or whatever, you know, like it all comes together so well. It's kind of funny, like these people like really don't want to know the history of like the things that they're obsessed with actually. They're like, I love all of these things. It's like, oh, do you know where they came from? And it's like like where did these games come from? Like, why are you playing them? You know, like there's these things, like there's a reason for like video games being this like massive production of America in the time that we produce them. You know what I mean? And it's like don't you like aren't you interested in games like on that level or no? Like if that's your interest, then it's like ultimately like if you're interested in anything, you have to read books. Reading books is like the vehicle of interest, right? Like it's like if you're interested in anything, you're going to have to read books about it. Like otherwise you're not gonna get anywhere. Like right? Am I wrong?
Yeah,
there?
no,
Like,
you're right. You're right. Yeah, I mean, yeah,
it's like,
even in that
imagine if you were like into
conversation,
films,
even in that
if you were into
conversation,
films and you never read like books of directors, like interviews and like
even in that
you know, the history
conversation
of,
I had,
like
yeah, in that conversation I had on Cozy, where I was like, they were like, "Oh, what do you do accomplish?" And I was like, "Well, I've written," you know, and the reason I said that is because genuinely and authentically, I think that's like the only real thing of consequence that I care about that I've ever done is writing the books that I have.
yeah,
right?
we live in this. You
Yeah.
and I are like that, where it's like
But
I
like
always
that. But
wanted to-
apparently that sounded like ridiculous. Like, and then people told me, the reason it sounded ridiculous is because they didn't believe you, and that actually gave me some relief because I was like, if they did believe me and still think it's ridiculous, and that's how much books are like considered pointless or something, that would have really been a problem. But I don't mind if
no,
people
they don't believe you.
Well, yeah, I don't mind if they don't believe me because that's like I get to then dwell in like the philosophical question of like how the fuck could I be right and the big other can be wrong, you know? Like I know for a fact I've written them, and the big other is saying no, you haven't written them. So it's like, and you know, the big other is contingent. It's based on the chat. It's based on like what the public is saying, right? So how could the big other be fucking wrong? You know, that's like a very. It's kind of like I have a perverse enjoyment of dwelling in that state where it's like I know things. I mean, and you know this for a fact yourself. Like
I find it more annoying than anything, honestly, because like it's socially so like so bad to like people think like, you know, it's like when people accuse you of using a thesaurus and it's like, oh sorry, I just like actually enjoy expressing myself in speech in like ways that are enjoyable, like, you know, or that are like very particular in their meaning. Like I love words. Like when I'm talking, I just naturally use these words. Like, and that's like not imaginable, I guess, because people aren't in like, I guess that's like a niche interest is like,
but like
the English language. I
in
guess.
earnest though, let me ask you this: if there's somehow a consensus, let's say there's a big other that says something about you that you know is wrong, what are the implications for them being wrong? I've always been interested in that question. Like, if you were to prove them wrong, I've done it multiple times before, and there's never been a response. So it's like, or it just
doesn't
seems
matter.
Doesn't that cause psychosis in them or something? Like,
No.
no, I think it does because
Most of the
every time I
know.
confront people, prove them wrong, they become more vicious and fanatical about like
Well, that's been
painting this
proven
bigger
in, like,
picture
a
about
lot
me.
of-
It's
I mean,
almost like
not
the
to,
Ukraine
point at,
stuff
like,
with the ghost of
sociological
Kiev.
studies. Not to point to like psychological studies, but this is just general human behavior that's been observed from like the fucking dawn of time. But yeah, no, like to actually be like conclusively prove someone wrong, like will just make them double down most of the time.
Well, here's what I think is that I think when you prove people wrong, when I've proven people wrong, it's emboldened them and made them more fanatically vicious about the overarching narrative they've created about me, because it's almost like I've even done, like, if I prove them, like, let's say they make a claim, let's say they make the claim that Haas doesn't wipe his ass or some shit like that, right? And then I prove them wrong somehow, that they were making that up. They're like, okay, well, if I was wrong about that, there must be something way worse about you. Does that make sense?
Sure.
It's almost like it's like this weird Gnostic thing where it's like,
think about it this way.
the more they're proven
way,
wrong,
man.
the
I got
more
an
they
idea.
believe it.
Think about it this way. This just came to me, but I think it's pretty interesting. So like really, like I also saw earlier today, there's like an account on Twitter that's like totally true Destiny lore or something like that, and it's like a bad takes account or whatever, but it's of like other spurious rumors or whatever that have been like debunked by Steven himself, like or whatever, and like, you know, people saying like horrible things about Destiny. So like the thing is that all of these people, they're very well aware of like the dynamics of like creating like smear campaigns and just like, you know, just lying in general. But like they also have like, so like they're aware of like how to debunk it, but because they are aware of like how to debunk it, they're also like very aware of how to like do it themselves and like do it in a better way or like a more believable way, etc., or like frame things in this way. So it's like the same people who are like obsessed with like debunking are also like creating these dossiers, and you end up having these like communities, like these parasocial communities that like create basically like an encyclopedia, like Encyclopedia Dramatica used to be, or like, you know, Kiwi Farms or other things like that. They create this like encyclopedia to like create like, it's like clone, you know, like they create this like Borgesian encyclopedia of like a fiction, and like the ideas for
Well,
like
I think here's the issue
them
is
to like
that
subsume your world with
no,
like
the issue
the
is
false one they've created.
the issue lies in the truth of the fiction. So when people smear me and make things up about me, and I disprove what they're saying, the reason that has a blowback effect, we're like, okay, I've been proven wrong, but this just means that because my truth about you must be true, a priori true, there must be something worse about you I'm going to make up. And that a priori impression they have about you is based on the subjective affect you've had on their world and on their worldview, especially in terms of what they thought was possible. That's the biggest one, when you've changed the threshold of what they'd consider possible. Now, the issue with me is that it's almost like I traumatize these people psychologically, and everything they say about me just reflects this like cognitive dissonance, subjective and psychological turmoil they have in their own heads. And it's like, I don't know how to deal with that. Like,
Honestly,
I can't
you
work
want to
with
know
that.
the truth?
Yeah.
You want to know the truth? The truth is like the only way you can deal with that is like a saintly amount of patience. I read this recently, and it like really like it's been sticking with me. I've been thinking about it a lot. It was like I forget if Xenophon wrote this or someone. It was like someone talking about Plato when he was out in like advising at some court. I forget exactly where, but someone asked like what particularly about like the wisdom he has was like better than those of like the sophists, and he said that he could bear injustices against himself with patience. Like that's
I honestly think
like the other sophists.
you're onto something when you say that, because
Yeah.
on the one hand, sometimes I'm like, am I becoming weaker by like tolerating this? And because especially when I get proven right and I'm like, holy fuck, so I've been taking all this shit this whole time. But on the other hand, on the flip side, it's like I genuinely feel like sometimes I see creators like throw a fuss, like, oh, I got a negative comment, they make a big deal out of it, and those people are like way bigger than me, and I'm like, you don't even understand how this works. I've already, I deal with way worse than that, and I've already, like, so to me, I think patience has a lot to do with it. But when I'm saying that there is an underlying truth to all of the like lies people make up about me, whether that's individual lies or just the broad brush they painted of me, the truth lies in the fact that yes, I have definitely caused significant harm to what you used to consider possible. But the dialectic tragedy is that instead of being reconciled with the pain or this wound I've inflicted on you as attesting to something wrong with your worldview, you make me out to be the bad one, right? Like, all I've done is challenge your world of meaning, right? And you've interpreted that to mean that I'm somehow meaningless. I somehow am the problem who has to be removed to gain it back. So it's
they don't like respect people is the thing. They're only like sycophantic. They don't understand like what respect is. You know?
Yeah.
Like, but that's not really, that's like, you know, that's like kind of, I guess that might be a little unique-ish to Anglophone or American culture, at least, is like we call it like anti-authoritarianism, but what it really is just a fundamental lack of respect for people, like in general,
Yeah.
or for like,
I
or
agree.
for like anything. It's just like,
I think one of the
actual-
one human quality, which I even afford to my enemies privately, just because you have to in order to know how to destroy them, is you do have to begin with the operating assumption that everyone is coming from a place of meaning. Everything someone says or believes is ultimately somehow meaningful and somehow rational, right?
yeah, I agree.
If you don't afford that to, like, I don't like this idea that the burden of proof is on someone to prove they have something
Prove
meaningful
their like
to
value.
Yeah.
You have to like prove your value to me is like such a fucked up thing to say to somebody.
Yeah, I mean, I get, like, prove you have something to say I haven't heard before. That comes with good faith, right? I get that, but it's like, to say prove what you have to say is meaningful is an extremely barbaric, anti-human thing to say. It's like, there's meaning in anything.
It's literally like, that's like a sentence of like paganism, like pure paganism is like that idea where it's like, you know, where it's like, you have to.
I find it a very terrifying way to live.
The prophets always win, though. In those cases, like in the Old Testament, that happens all the time to the prophets in the Old Testament. Is that they'll be like, you have to prove, like under the threat of death, you know, that.
Yeah.
So they end up having to tell like a story or something that has predictive power that like no one else can. Oh.
Yeah. Anyway,
I think this is all like very meaningful stuff, but like I don't know, it's like sad to me that like there's people out there who have like just flattened their imaginations for like I don't know, what is this, like political, I guess monetary gain, or like, you know, narcissistic purposes. I don't know. It's just sad to me. You know, I wish people cared more about things.
Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, ultimately, this is a numbers game, and it comes down to like how much people can you reach, how much of an audience you can gain, how much.
I think it's more of a time thing. I'm more of a quality over quantity. Like I don't want a ton of followers. I want the best followers.
No, I get that, but like, even there are so many pathological dynamics that we are inevitably at the mercy of, you know?
Yeah, it's true. I just
it's like, to be honest with you, Logo, if Destiny was just some random guy who had like 0 following, I don't think you would ever entertain it. You know? I mean, you might talk to him on the street.
People, dude, you have no idea. I talk to literally.
No, that's what I was gonna say.
You
You would talk to him you talk to him in person. I have no doubt about that. But like, you wouldn't go out of your way to like talk to him on the.
Oh no.
Like me, I myself feel like an idiot because I'm like, why am I even giving this guy, like, what has he written? What brilliance has come out? It's literally just this pathological shit of like the big other, like the social aspect of like, you know, all the pathological shit that comes with the fact, oh, this is a pretty big streamer who that says something about our society then, right?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I only did it just for, I don't know. I thought it was fun personally. I thought it was interesting. I don't think it'll happen again.
Yeah. But anyway, I gotta give this
man.
lecture about Dugan, but it was a pleasure.
Right.
Pleasure having you on.
Yeah, should I watch your commentary of it instead of watching the thing itself, or because I just wanted to see what the chat was like. Can I see what both chats were like at the same time? If I
can tell you what the chat was saying because I wasn't watching the whole thing live. I only watched part of it live. I actually prefer. I wanted to just talk to you instead of watching the whole thing live because Destiny's so insufferable and all the video game footage and shit. But the chat on his end was pretty hostile, pretty dismissive, just like he was. They were just one-to-one reflecting him. They were like, oh, there was some really stupid shit there too. There was like
I'm looking for the every intermittent, like one guy being like, but that last part was true with like a thinking part or whatever. Because I saw like a couple of those in the first like 5 minutes. People being like, okay, yeah, this guy's dumb and stupid, but like that one thing he said was true. I like those.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't waste time replaying the chat. It's pretty much what you're gonna expect. But
I don't know. I expect it to be what I expect, but I didn't get to see like his own like side of it because I didn't watch the video. So I'm gonna watch it that way.
Okay.
Because I'm curious. This is again mostly for my own entertainment. Like I think it'll be fun to watch it.
Yeah. All right, man.
All right.
Appreciate you coming on. It's always a pleasure.
Peace.
See you. All right, guys. I'm gonna briefly use the bathroom, and then gonna very briefly take a piss, and I'll be right back. Okay, I'll literally be right back, and then we're gonna talk about Dugan. All right. So let's begin this introduction. So to preface to preface this, we're going to begin this with from a Marxist-Leninist perspective. So to be clear, there are a lot of people who always reproach me, and they always come to me and they ask, Kaz, are you a Marxist-Leninist or are you a Duganist? Are you a Nazbol? Now, the Communist Party of the United States is being infiltrated by someone named Taran, right? Taran, to be perfectly clear, right, is in all likelihood someone who has shady connections and backgrounds at best. Realistically, I do think they are probably involved with the government in some capacity or some kind of NGO. Definitely not loyal communists. They were responsible for destroying the Workers' World Party. And if you didn't know, earlier this year, they were actually responsible for this like hit piece talking about the infiltration of Duganism on the left, right? And now I did release an article responding to it and rebuking it, but something I've never done, and I think the recent Russian special military operation especially calls into necessity, is actually give Dugan some justice in his own right and kind of explain to you who Dugan is, what his background is, and not only what Marxist-Leninists can learn from Dugan and what conclusions we can draw from Dugan's thinking, but how Dugan's thinking can help us understand the recent Russian special military operation. So this is what I wanted to get into. Now, firstly, the first thing that's going to come to mind when it comes to Dugan, and we're actually going to watch a 60 minutes interview of Dugan after I give this kind of introductory lecture. We're going to watch it together and react to it. Let me grab that, actually, just so it's ready at hand. Give me a moment. Here it is. All right. So the first thing that comes to mind when people think about Dugan, Aleksandr Dugin, is geopolitics. Geopolitics and the geopolitical orientation and the geopolitical school, right? Because Dugan wrote a book, I believe in the 1990s, called The Foundations of Geopolitics, okay? And in his book, The Foundations of Geopolitics, Dugan basically wrote about, in addition to this kind of philosophy of geopolitics and all that background, like a rough understanding of like Russia's place in the world going forward after the collapse of the Soviet Union. Like who should Russia be allied with? Who are Russia's enemies going to be? What, territories should Russia annex? Things like that. That's in the Foundations of Geopolitics. So people have this broad idea that, give me a second. Let me just finish this protein drink and I'll finish what I was saying. Perfect. So people basically have this idea that after the collapse of the Soviet Union, Russia became a liberal democracy. And then Putin took over. And then what's Putin's long-term strategy? Like Putin kind of seems like he's got these revanchist ambitions, with Georgia and elsewhere, right? So people are saying, well, Putin has a brain behind him. It's Putin's brain, the secret guy who's deciding Russia's long-term strategy going forward, which is Aleksandr Dugin. Dugin is the ideological brain. He's the geopolitical strategic brain for Russia. All of this is mythology and all of it is bullshit. Now, to the extent of my knowledge, the Foundations of Geopolitics did make its way into the Russian military curriculum, right? I mean, geopolitics is an important science in general, and that book covers it. And it actually has not been translated into English as of this day. But of special note is going to be the fact that there is this prejudice of idealism generally. Now, we are Marxist-Leninist materialists, right? We have a materialist orientation. What idealists tend to do is assume that there has to be this certain body of thought and ideas that rationalizes and makes the world somehow meaningful or at least unified and coherent. So when people see that Russia is doing this, or that, they're saying, okay, what is the reason for this? Well, the reason for this ultimately must come from an idea, right? And that's where you have people kind of attribute so much to Dugin when it comes to explaining Russia, that he is the direct idea behind it. But the materialist view is going to be that, ideologists and individuals will have ideas that reflect and give expression to the deeper rationality of history and the spirit of the times, but that's not actually where it's coming from. There's a deeper material explanation for this, which the idea only reflects. So in the case of Russia and Russian geopolitics, right, the Marxist-Leninist view is not going to be that, Dugin's ideas are somehow mysteriously animating history. It's that Dugin's ideas are reflecting history in some kind of way, right? And that's really the important thing you have to come from. That's a very important perspective we have to come from right off the bat, right? So, something important to keep in mind as an introduction to Dugin is that I want to talk about geopolitics. Why should Marxist-Leninists take geopolitics seriously? What is the significance of geopolitics? What is the background? And what are we talking about when it comes to that, right? So geopolitics is in the word. It's the relationship between states, polities, if you will, and geography or space, right? So if you understand it like this, if you have a kind of German idealist understanding of the state, a state isn't just some external body of governance that interacts with us. The state is the externalization of the human mind and of reason, right? The state is the realization of the Weltgeist, of spirit on earth. That's what the state is, if you have this understanding of statehood. The state is a kind of organ of our minds. We are part of the state, right? And then in that sense, beginning with this understanding of the state as this fundamental organism that grounds our unconscious, that grounds human communities and worlds even, a human world, right? If you have this understanding, this more German understanding of a state from German idealism, this kind of Hegelian understanding of a state, then you can easily see that that's kind of a more mythological, mythic, or mystical way of putting it. If you want to go to an American pragmatic way of putting it, you have to say, okay, how is a state defined, right? And it doesn't matter how you look at this, right? A state involves something called history. It involves something called territory. A state is delimited. This amount of territory is the belonging of the state. It belongs to the state, right? So you have this understanding that with a state comes a definite projection of space, okay? And then also, states also have history, not only in the forms of like the founding mythology and all that kind of stuff, but also in the form of the laws of the state. Also in the forms of just how you keep track of time itself, right? The ability to regulate and ground the daily cycles of life and formalize those things. So a state also has a projection of time. So time and space, in a sense, are relative to states. A state presides over abstract space and abstract time. Okay? In a sense. This in a Hobbesian view of a state, the state is this kind of supreme formal entity that projects formal sovereignty and abstract space irregardless of the territory. So if you kind of think about Hobbes's Leviathan, right? A Leviathan is a sea creature, right? And just as much, Hobbes's notion of a state is based on the geography of this kind of imminently abstract, fluid space over which any form of sovereignty can be arbitrarily exercised over. So for Hobbes, who has this kind of modern, like Cartesian understanding of a state, the formal sovereign state comes first, the space comes after. In no way is the state defined by the particularity of the geography or the particularity of the land over which it presides. It can mold space as if it was the sea, and it's all just water on the sea, right? That's the Leviathan. It's a sea monster, right? So we are not yet at the point of geopolitics. Why? Because in this case, geography is just some kind of like, inessential detail, this incidental detail of state sovereignty. Geography isn't important. The sovereign is important, right? How could geography have any significance, right? The state is absolute. It has an absolute monopoly of space and time, and it commands the submission of all particularity before it, right? That's the true meaning of sovereignty. And that is actually reflective of the British Empire itself, which is a maritime empire. The British Empire, it's a naval empire on the sea, and it stretches the whole fucking world, right? It doesn't care about your particular culture, doesn't care about the particular geography, doesn't care about whatever, It is this Leviathan, right? That's the British Empire, right? And it's this kind of abstract universalism of modernity over which the whole world must be molded. The world must be molded in its image, okay? Guys, and I don't know how much this is going to help, but I apologize for this shitty background and this shit on the table here. I'm so sorry. This just came through the door. I was just eating. As a matter of fact, I should clean this up for a second. Just give me a second, right? Because I kind of look like a fucking bum talking about this shit. And it looks stupid, Let me, Perfect. All right, it's not perfect, but it's better, right? Actually, All right. So, whether you want to look at this in the form of like the rationalistic All right. Now, whether you want to look at this in terms of the rationalistic hubris of modernity, right? Where, you just don't have any sense of that particularity that marks a point of exception within the continuity of your experience of space and time and law and sovereignty and whatever else you want to talk about, right? Or in the naivety of empiricism, according to which there's just kind of like this given world of sense objects within which we just kind of like, this is where hedonism comes. We just kind of enjoy. We just have this continuous experience of constantly gratifying ourselves, or dwelling in this world, touching things, I guess, or whatever, right? It's kind of like English view, English empiricism, where we're just kind of like, our hands are kind of just everywhere, and we're just kind of grubbing and touching and accumulating wealth, greed, right? This kind of fat capitalist of the English Industrial Revolution, whatever, right? It's pretty much the same thing. Now, where exactly within this does geopolitics emerge, right? Well, geopolitics is going to emerge. Okay, you guys are complaining about the yellow tint. Fine. And I need a new fucking kit. And it's because I have a yellow fucking light. Okay, there we go. No more yellow. All right. So, much better. So, within German idealism, or the German tradition, you have probably the first challenge to the kind of tyranny of Anglo-Saxon modernity in history, right? Now, this takes many forms. The first form that probably comes to mind is German idealism. Kant, in his critique of pure reason, says what? There's no pure reason, and there's also no pure experience. There's a problem. There's a little contradiction. There's a little issue, a little scandal posed by particularity. Kant begins that German idealism there. From there, we get Hegel and the rest of them, right? And then also, the Germans also give us people like Marx, right? And then what does Marx do? Marx critiques idealism itself. Marx forwards the view that within this kind of universal state, you have the particularity of the proletariat and this kind of class struggle and this materialist view of history, right? And then, beyond Marx, what do you have? You have Schopenhauer, right? And Schopenhauer's critique of the kind of lofty endeavors of the German idealism. Schopenhauer with this kind of like more pessimistic view about the real thing that drives us below the surface of the sovereign and stoic use of reason, right? The will of the universe or whatever, right? And then you also have Nietzsche, and Nietzsche, it becomes even dialed up to more of 100, right? Even though Nietzsche, he was kind of pretty friendly with the British, but let's just skip that one, right? And then you have Freud, and Freud challenges. So Germans have this thing where they're kind of throwing a wrench. What do they call it? They throw a wrench in the what is the saying? Someone quickly in the chat tell me what the saying is. They're throwing a I'm going to just look it up on Google because the delay is literally like 5 minutes. Okay, I guess I don't know. They have this thing where they're throwing a monkey wrench into the works, into the gears. Yeah, that's what it is. They're throwing a wrench into the gears of Anglo-Saxon modernity, and they're imposing this problem. The fact that our premises cannot be grounded according to our conclusion. The whole basis of German Romanticism comes from here. The whole basis of nationalism comes from here, by the way. Nationalism is more or less German in origin. The French nationalism of the Revolution, that was just that unmediated French passion, that kind of Catholic passion. It was the Germans who sat down and contemplated this question of, okay, on the one hand, we have the rational state, but what are the roots? What are the real wild roots of that? Because the state doesn't determine what that is, right? So everything, it begins with the German challenge to Anglo-Saxon modernity, right? Now, continuing. Funny rant about German philosophers with no Kusa, Leibniz, or Schiller. Because those people are not defined by bringing up problems. That's why. It's getting too complicated at that point. Those people are not defined by a problem, by a stain, by a mark. Right? So I don't think that they have the same significance here. But anyway, geopolitics simply comes from this humble understanding, right? Even though geopolitics, I think, is actually British, formally speaking, it's British in origins, but it comes from a German problem. It comes from the competition between the United Kingdom, sorry, I don't know if it's called the United Kingdom, the British Empire, right? On the one hand, which is a sea-based power, and on the other hand, these land-based empires to the east, particularly the German Empire, specifically, the one united by Bismarck, right? The German land empire, right? And then also the Russian Empire, right? Which the British Empire was fighting with both of them, fighting with the Russians in fighting that great game in Southwest Asia, in Afghanistan, and with the Germans over hegemony over continental Europe. Okay? And the problem posed by both of these land civilizations is that they represented something which was the opposite of the kind of sea-based British civilization, which was the fact that for them, sovereignty was not derivative from itself, simply sovereignty. Sovereignty derived from the particular. So the particular land, the earthliness of the character of the people, the character of the geography, the character of the roots, the soil below, that is what has the determinating effect. Not this kind of leviathan in the sea. It's this more grounded, earth-based empires, or if you want to call them behemoth, the land monster, not the sea monster. The sea monster doesn't have a notion of land. It just has the sea over which it seeks to exercise its dominion and domination. It doesn't have an understanding of the land which grounds our ability to dominate things in the first place. So Britain can, for example, not arbitrate the terms, the particular characters and features of continental Europe, or let's say Afghanistan. So this comes ultimately to give birth to people like, I forgot his name. Who wrote The World Island? Again? What the fuck was his name? Heartland? The book wasn't called The World Island. It was, okay, this is the one. Yeah, Mackinder. That's exactly it. Mackinder. Yes, Mackinder. Okay, and Mackinder was British, okay? He was British, but he was responding to a German problem. And even as far as the conflict with Russia was concerned, well, Russia was dominated by a Germanic aristocracy, and the royal family of Russia was Germanized, right? Was Mackinder an American? I didn't know that. Let me see. Let me look him up. Mackinder. No, he was English. He was British. He was not an American. He was British. That one I remember. He was not an American. He was a British, okay? He was British. Okay. So to be clear, geopolitics comes from the fact that somehow scandalously, despite the kind of domineering conquest of modernity and Anglo-Saxon modernity in particular, land appears to have a determinant effect. Geography has a determinating effect. It's not simply, a lot of people misunderstand this. Oh, Dugan and Russia want world domination. That is not the point of geopolitics. The point of geopolitics is how geography defines power in the first place. How geography not only defines our ability to exercise power, because you can kind of, you can pervert that in a utilitarian sense. Be like, okay, how do we get more land in order to exercise more power? No. The scope and ambition of our power is also defined by geography. So you see, the geopolitical perspective is not beginning from one of wanting to conquer the whole world and wanting to impose your power on the world. It's beginning from one that takes into account existing historical empires based in the land that have already been there, have already been defined by it, and whose destiny and whose future is beholden to it. So that is the essence of geopolitics. So when you get this impression from Dugan, from Aleksandr Dugin, that the geopolitical perspective brought by him is one of Russian aggression, you need to understand you are bogged down by this kind of Leviathan from Hobbes, this Anglo-Saxon prejudice, according to which we are all detached, modern Anglo-Saxon subjects who simply want to exercise our domineering modern will upon the world and conquer as much land as we want, right? No, that is not the case. So do not associate Dugan with aggression. Do not associate the geopolitical perspective with this one of, oh, we just want to aggressively conquer the world. No, it's actually the opposite. The geopolitical perspective is based on precedent civilization, land-based civilization that is already there. In the English view, we are not already here. We have to conquer the world, then we can be here. From the geopolitical perspective, we are already here. So it is not a question of how do we conquer the world. It is a question of how do we exist here? How do we be here as we already are? What is our fate? What are we doing going forward? What is our destiny? That is the geopolitical perspective that is ultimately going to be informing Dugan's position. Now, being more specific about Dugan, to give you some historical background, Dugan was a kind of anti-communist dissident. Now, that's going to sound kind of scary because, oh, how could you be a Marxist-Leninist and promote? Well, because an anti-communist dissident was just someone who was opposed to the ruling Communist Party in the Soviet Union. But in case you didn't know this, Gorbachev was the head of the Communist Party in the Soviet Union at a certain point. I mean, these people, and I'm going to reiterate this again, I'm going to talk about this again. These people are the ones who destroyed the Soviet Union. And they all became liberals, by the way. All of these communists became liberals. Keep that in mind, okay? They all became liberals. The ones that were in power. Almost all of them, okay? So that's something you got to keep in mind. He was a kind of dissident. And by being a dissident, he saw that the Marxist-Leninist ideology that had existed in its late Soviet form was not addressing questions fundamental to the future of Russian civilization. There's a Russian civilization whose spiritual, geopolitical, even pragmatic needs and future was not being addressed by Marxist-Leninist ideology, by Marxism-Leninism, right? And then with the end of the Soviet Union and the dissolution of the Soviet Union, the question is pretty simple. What's the future of Russia? What is the future of Russia as a country? Is Russia going to abide by the international norms of, like state sovereignty, where every state has the right to self-determination based on internationally recognized treaties, and that's it, and we're all going to become nation-state democracies? Or is there something stirring within the Russian soul? Is there this kind of atavistic longing within the core of the Russian being, that demands to be broken, to break out of the liberal international order? And for Dugin, there is something inside of the very essence of what it means to be Russian that will always resist domestication in the liberal international order. Russia, not Germany, is going to pose a problem for the Leviathan this time around. So, I got ahead of myself a little bit, so let's bring it back. Let's bring it back a little. Now, was Dugan just... Now, okay, that is ultimately going to hinge on the following question. Russia is a particularly interesting case, which is uncharted territory for Marxist-Leninists. It wasn't supposed to happen. Now, the story goes like this. Russia had a bourgeois revolution. Then it had a proletarian revolution. And then what? It returned back to bourgeois liberalism, and then that's it. There was no fundamentally irreversible significance the Soviet Union and the proletarian dictatorship and socialism and Marxism-Leninism had on the Russian civilization. So the liberals contented themselves with. It was all one meaningless mistake. It was all one meaningless, bad mistake. And who knows, that's not from us, that's for the Chinese. Those Chinese, they have, that's kind of the Russian liberal perspective in the 1990s, Oh, that's how we were victims. Something more east from Asia came and imposed that on us. Now we're free. So you see, now, shamefully, believe it or not, most Marxists believe the liberals. Most Marxists will say, yeah, Lenin was kind of stretching it, Stalin was kind of stretching it, and then Mao stretched it way too far. Let's go back to the roots of European civilization, and then we can conduct the class struggle again. Back to liberal democracy. Lenin, after all, Marxism came from the West. So it's no surprise, and this is what I'm going to tell you. All of the communists, almost all of the communists in Russia, all of these Marxists, they almost all became liberals. So if you believe that Lenin specifically had made an irreversible contribution, it wasn't a one-off, it wasn't just some exception. The Leninism part in Marxism-Leninism isn't just an exception, but a qualitative transformation that is irreversible. If you believe in Lenin's last thesis as a Marxist-Leninist, that what if we can pursue the fundamental requisites to civilization in a non-European fashion, almost ad verbatim what Lenin said, right? You do have to take Dugan seriously. You do have to take these questions seriously. Has Russia simply reverted to the pre-communist and pre-socialist bourgeois liberal status? Or are there fundamental and particular features of Russian civilization that disallow it to be as such? If you acknowledge that particularity, you have already positioned yourself outside of Western Marxist orthodoxy. Again, almost all the communists in Russia, almost all of them turned into liberals, turned into westernizing liberals. They say, okay, we went too far. We gave too many compromises to the Russian aspect. Let's go back to liberalism from square one. So don't blame Dugin for not being a Marxist-Leninist. When Marxism-Leninism, as it had existed then, was not able to answer the big questions. Okay? Now, let's rewind it a little bit before we go forward, and we connect this to Russia's special military operation. Let's rewind this a little bit and talk about... we're going to talk about, actually, Lenin. Because it's going to give you insight into where Dugin is coming from. Now, what was Lenin's real significance? And this is really going to give you what the essence of Eurasianism really is. Lenin's significance was that he was a consistent Marxist. For Lenin, Marxism was something that was happening in the West. The social democratic parties in the West. They had a whole workers' movement behind, and Lenin took that whole thing as a whole. He took the West and Marxism. He took it as a whole. As a whole. Why could he take it as a whole? Because he was outside of it. In order to see something holistically, you have to be outside of it. In order to see the forest and not the trees, you have to be outside of the forest. Now, does this logic make sense to you guys? Does this logic make sense to you guys in any way? In order to see the forest, you have to be outside of it. Otherwise, if you're in the forest, you're just going to see the trees. Now, skipping a lot, more or less, that is why Lenin was a consistent revolutionary, and that's why the Western Social Democrats sold out. Because Lenin was able to see it holistically, uniquely coming from that Russian perspective. Now, Dugin will remark that actually this defines the entirety of the history of Russian philosophy and the history of the uniquely Russian intellectual tradition. Because for Dugin, right, all Russian philosophers had either set about to take Western philosophy as a whole or kind of copy the Western philosophers and try to dwell within it. And all of Russia's history since Peter the Great's reforms had been defined by this kind of back and forth between, on the one hand, this archaic Russian soul, which we can't rationally give expression to, but which nonetheless dwells within the Russian soul, right? And on the other hand, the kind of logos of Western modernity, of rational modernity. So for Dugin, the entire history of Russian philosophy and Russian thought had been based in trying to kind of rationalize and give expression to this more archaic Russian feeling and Russian soul, this Russian unconscious, if you will, the unconscious features of Russian civilization. And it had always failed. It had always failed. It had always failed to establish what Dugin will call a uniquely Russian hermeneutic circle. So it's this kind of so the liberal reforms in the 90s for Dugin was just a moment in his history, right? Where on the one hand, you have this archaic Russian soul that allows you to be outside of Europe. But on the other hand, you don't have your own independent logos, your own independent vocabulary, your own independent language and rationality that allows you to give justice to this archaic Russian soul outside of the terms of Western Europe. So this is the paradox that basically defines the Russian civilization. This is why the eagle is double-headed. From the West, it takes the superstructure of Western modernity and Western rationality. But on the other hand, there's just this point of exception in the form of this unconscious whatever reality that not just resists this, but is it. And that's really what we're talking about here. It's non-all, as Lacan would put it. It's not just that there's some aspect of Russia that's outside of Western modernity. It is that. It is that. Just like a forest is not its trees, it is the whole. But the whole looks different than what we expect it to sometimes. See? But that's not Dugin's perspective. For Dugin, the path forward for Russia is to discover another beginning beyond the beginning of the West and Western modernity that adequately satisfies this kind of inner Russian essence. Now, we're Marxist-Leninists, so you're saying, Haz, what does this have to do with Marxism? What does this have to do with materialism? You're talking about a Russian soul and a Russian essence and a Russian unconscious. This is all idealist, and this is all metaphysical language. Well, it's metaphysical sounding language only in order to give expression to what is otherwise very simply materiality. It is the materiality of Russian civilization, as opposed to the ideal of Western modernity. It's what is material. That is actually what materialism has as its object. The unconscious, the earthly, the terrestrial, that's material. That's what material means. That's what material means, okay? So, that begs the question from us, right? Lenin's contribution to Marxism, which was interpreted as just like this kind of he just added something a little. It's just a little exception he had to add for Russia's unique conditions, right? Is that going to culminate in a qualitative transformation that changes where we started from the very beginning, which was liberalism, Western liberalism? Or do we return to the Western liberalism? And for Dugin, it's not that he's a fascist, it's that he refuses this view that we can simply return to Western liberalism. For him, the task set before Russia is to discover its own logos. Marxism, Leninism was not some it's a comedy. The way Western Marxist Leninists understand it, it's comical. They said, oh yeah, Marx said this, but Russia, it was different. So Lenin kind of added to it a little bit, but that's okay. We don't have to add it to it anymore. We're done. And then you can go full schizo mode, and you could be like, Baba Vakin, and be like, no, we have Marxism, Leninism, Chairman Gonzaloism, Baba Vakinism. You never-ending heads added to the number of heads. And it's like, at what point are we going to have a qualitatively new understanding of what Marxism was the whole time? Instead of adding more heads, we should probably question the first head, our understanding of the first head. You understand? And that in this case, I'm kind of way getting ahead of myself, even beyond Dugin, because now I'm talking about what distinguishes my thought, right? Which was for me that we need to change our view of Marxism in the first place because of this, instead of adding more heads. But nonetheless, Dugin is up the same alley because Dugin is also searching for that original logos. Dugin is not a Marxist-Leninist, not because he's a fascist reactionary, but because he realizes that Marxism-Leninism was already a stretch. So why was it a stretch? Or more specifically, what was stretching it? What about Russia made that necessary? And that is what Dugin is concerning himself with. Now for Dugin, if we are not going to return to this kind of nation-state liberal international order after the Soviet Union, that there was this irreversible change that had happened, that doesn't just have implications for Russia. It has implications for the entire international world order itself. Russia, let me put it this way. Let's say it's like someone who went to war. They go to war and they've seen things human beings are not supposed to see. And they come back to society And they can't be well-functioning members of society because they've seen truths they can see others are blind to and naive about and hypocritical about. It's like, you have lived in peace this whole time, unaware of this truth. And this is why Russia is such a troublemaker for the international world order. Russia has experienced a history. It has experienced something. Just like a soldier going off to war and being changed forever, Russia has experiencing something that gave it insight into the nature of not only politics and but being itself. So, and what this is the fact that there is a Russian civilization. There is a Russian polarity. There is a Russian big space, which does not conform to the terms imposed by the liberal nation state. The liberal nation state will mutilate this civilization, which is a real thing. It's real. It's a real thing. But on the other hand, Russia cannot simply pursue its destiny, its specific destiny, without upsetting the entirety of the whole liberal international world order. So you have this kind of paradox. Russia just wants to be Russia, but it can't be Russia without destroying the world as we know it. And Dugan has become the intellectual, like par excellence, who represents this fact. So, and now as far as Russia's special military operation in Ukraine is concerned, and why this helps us understand it is, look, we can focus on the facts of the operation and how the West has been lying about it and all that shit, but I think it might even be better to just have a more broad perspective about what's going on in the first place that allow you to see. Ukraine is part of Russia's big space. It is part of Russian civilization. That doesn't mean Russia thinks it can invade.
Thoughts on Elon trying to take over Twitter?
Many thoughts. And I think if we have time, we're going to discuss that today. Right? But, when it comes to this special military operation in Ukraine, this is what's so dangerous about this. When most people see Russia invaded Ukraine, upsetting and overturning all of the precedent liberal international norms of the world order, of a sovereign country invading another sovereign country, they're like, okay, well, if Russia did that to Ukraine, then Russia can do that to any country with impunity, because it's all arbitrary and meaningless. But what you can learn from someone like Dugan is that no, you're just not understanding the deeper pattern and the deeper laws at hand. It is not arbitrary invasion of another country's sovereignty because it is part of Russian civilization. And just because Russian civilization cannot be given expression in the terms of the liberal nation state does not mean it's arbitrary or meaningless. It doesn't mean Russia thinks it has the right to invade France. Ukraine is part of Russia's big space. The two peoples are inexorably intertwined. But that even kind of assumes Russia is just invading Ukraine, and that's not what's going on at all. Russia still respected Ukraine's sovereignty. It's just that Ukraine's sovereignty cannot come at the expense of Russia's civilization. You can't, it's not a blank check for Ukraine to do whatever the fuck it wants. And this is where the cold, sobering realities of geopolitics enter into the picture. Just because a country has sovereignty doesn't mean it can act however the fuck it wants to with impunity. When you have two peoples who are so closely intertwined, especially the Eastern Ukrainian peoples and the Russian peoples, and the Eastern Ukrainian people, those are Russian peoples, when their culture, when their fate, when their connection, when their way of life is so inexorably intertwined, You don't just have a blank check form of sovereignty that allows you to do whatever the fuck you want. So when you hear this story that Russia's randomly invading Ukraine, you have to understand Ukraine has always been part of Russia's civilization. The word Ukraine, and Logo was trying to tell this to that ugly fuck Destiny, that fucking goblin, it means the frontier. That's what it means. Ukraine translates into frontier in Russian. It's what it means. So that's what you have to understand. It's not an arbitrary act of aggression. There's a history and there's a story behind this. But the thing is that we have to change our understanding of how the world works because of it. We can't just proceed with our specific view of how the world works. Russia must challenge and change our view of international relations. And we must shift to a multipolar view of international relations that takes civilizations and polarities into account. Now, maybe the British will have a hard time doing this. And they can go to hell if they do, because it's not our problem as Americans. We, as Americans, are faced with the unique opportunity to embrace America as a land-based civilization, from sea to shining sea, the land here in between those seas. To cultivate that. That's what we're faced with the unique opportunity of doing. And we should take this opportunity. We should take this opportunity to befriend the Russian world and build our own American world alongside the Russian world. And leave the British Empire's Leviathan to burn in hell. That's the unique opportunity we are presently faced with. We as Western subjects, when we hear the word Russia, just like Russia has a unique connection to the West has a unique connection to Russia. For us, Russia is always here, but not here. Russia's very existence to us evokes a degree of criminality. Me being called a Russian in the Financial Times report is somehow criminal. Me saying things that the Kremlin is saying was incriminating enough for Twitch to completely deplatform me. Because it's something scary, nefarious, and criminal to be Russian. Russianness is bad and criminal. It's malign. It's outside of our border. It's outside of our wall. What we in the West must accept and embrace is that Russia is what we are. Russia is the West. It's the truth of the West. Russia is the truth, the scandalous truth, which is that Europe does not exist. Europe is a peninsula of Asia. And Russia is the universality of Europe. It is the universality, the concrete universality of the so-called Western civilization. Because what is Western civilization? Western civilization is Christian civilization. And Russia is primordial, Orthodox Christianity, which is the truth of all Christianity, before it becomes anything else. It's the original Europe. It's the original Christianity, which at the same time makes it Asian. Russia is Europe as just one among many other Asiatic empires. And we in the West deny this. We in the West are troubled by this, and we're somehow intimidated by this because we're scared to embrace and accept what we are, what our civilization really is in the West. We run from our own shadow. We run from what we are. We curse and forsake a spitting image of what we are. I think that's a good introduction. And there's way more. And the only way you're going to get more is if I do more lectures that go into more detail, or if you read Dugan himself. And if for books, I recommend Political Platonism, which is really going to be the crux of this. It's about finding a new beginning. Because what Dugan deals with is, what is Russia? What is the West for Russia? What we must ask is, what is Russia for the West? What is Russia for the West is our question. We must ask that question. How will Russia change our world? We in the West must change our view of Russia. We see Russia as criminal, enemy, bad, nefarious, Asian, because we run from ourselves. And this view is fundamentally genocidal. Again, you read that article they wrote about me that got me deplatformed on Twitch, lost my whole livelihood, lost my whole way of paying bills and supporting myself. Why? Because I look too Russian. I sound too Russian. There's too much Russianness coming from my stream. And that's alone enough to incriminate me. That alone is enough to incriminate me. Because Russia's the bad guy. Russia's the orcs, as they say. And they've adopted this anti-human, barbaric view. How do they justify it? That's the question. How do they fucking justify it? The West is entering an unprecedented state of psychosis. That much I can say. That much I can definitely say. All right. Now let's watch the interview. Fuck. Hold on. That's not the whole thing. This one's only 5 minutes long. Dugan. This is not 60 minutes. I thought it's 60 minutes. All right. Well, let's check it out. The 5-minute interview with Dugan. Maybe link me where I can find the whole thing. If you guys, someone go find it, search for it, and link it in the Discord where I can find the whole thing.
60 minutes overtime.
I'm a supporter of Putin, so I'm transmitting the will of of conservative society, of Russian identity. I'm not formulating this individually.
Aleksandr Dugin is a Russian political philosopher who's been called the Putin whisperer. He's got Vladimir Putin's ear, and he's really influential in shaping Russian policy at the highest level.
See, this is typical liberal idealism. Oh, Putin's doing everything he is because Dugan's making him. It's not like Dugan is saying something that reflects the truth, and it's only incidental. It's not like Dugan is actually making sense of it. Oh, it's that Putin, you know what? If Putin listened to Bernard Henry Levy, it'd be a lot different. He just listened to the wrong ideas. So stupid.
You are known as Putin's Rasputin, and I've even seen Putin's brain. So he has listened to you in the past.
The base of this affirmation is precisely the correspondence between what Putin does and what I always say.
I'm Shahar Baran, and I produce for Leslie Stahl at 60 Minutes.
Dugan's a civilized man trying to talk to this savage barbarian, trying to explain to her, right, that, listen, the reason they're saying I'm Putin's brain is because I've gotten the reality right of what's going on in Russia and our geopolitical reality. It's not because Putin's listening to me directly. That explains the correspondence.
In 2017, we shot an interview with Dugan as part of a story we were reporting about the Russian disinformation campaign after the 2016 presidential elections. We ended up not using the interview. Sometimes that happens when we interview more people than we can fit in the broadcast. But I never forgot the interview with Aleksandr Dugin, especially after Russia invaded Ukraine. In 1997, Dugan wrote a book called The Foundations of Geopolitics, which we've heard has been very influential in the Russian military. It may have even been taught in their academy. So I wondered what in his worldview might illuminate what Putin is doing now and his goal in this war right now in Ukraine.
So in 1997, you wrote a book called Foundations of Geopolitics. And in it, you talked about how Russia should return to being a global superpower. Talk about that. Explain that.
I always believed, and I believe in the future greatness of Russia, because Russia was always and tried to be a superpower. It's our dream, not to rule the world, but to be recognized as one center of decisions with others. So our dream is not unipolarity, Russian unipolarity. It is the dream of decent multipolarity, to be one pole among the other, not to be the unique pole. That is very important. And I consider a return to the greatness or return to the status of superpower not as being the first power in the world, but one of the most important decision makers. And in order to do that, I think that military power and weapon, including a nuclear weapon and the other kind of weapon, is not enough. We need to use diplomatic means, and more than that, we need a kind of spiritual sovereignty. We need to be free and liberated, not only physically, as a state, as a people, but as well revival of Russian logos, of Russian spirit, of Russian identity that is much more important.
This Russian identity is a key component of an ultranationalist ideology Dugan espouses called Eurasianism, because Russia is both part of Europe and Asia. Dugan thinks Russia should embrace this geopolitical uniqueness and dominate both spheres.
No, that's not what he says.
Dugan has set Eurasianism in direct opposition to the West and to
Again, logic of domination comes from Leviathan, does not come from the geopolitical school.
liberalism. In his 1997 book, Dugan wrote that for Russia to rebuild its power globally, it would need to use disinformation, destabilization, and annexation. He said one of the targets for Russian annexation should be Ukraine. In Dugan's mind, an independent Ukraine stands in the way of Russia becoming a transcontinental superpower. But that wasn't the only prescription Aleksandr Dugin had for Putin back then. Here's what he told us in 2017.
Let me ask you something else that you wrote about in your book. You proposed that Russia annex Ukraine. You said that Russia should encourage Britain to leave the EU, Brexit. You suggested that Russia make Iran an ally. Now, it does sound as if Mr. Putin is following.
Oh shit, I don't have alerts activated here. Let me add the alert box. Sorry. Okay. Now we can replay this. Base.
What's up, boss? Question: have you ever read Always with Honor? It's the unofficial biography of Peter Wrangel, the military leader of the White or the Tsar movement in the Bolshevik Revolution.
No, I haven't read it. I have not read that.
Your blueprint. All of these things right out of your book, and he's doing it.
That was the same thing that they have said introducing me in the John Hopkins Institution 20 years ago in Washington. So I agree there is a similarity. More than that, but I have developed in my vision, Eurasian vision, that is much more, that is larger than what you have mentioned. That is only first steps in order to.
But he followed your
restore.
first steps. He followed exactly
Yes,
the
but
first steps.
That's take too long. So he is in the absolute position of absolute power because we're living in a monarchist society from below. So that is not Putin who imposes on us monarchism or authoritarian rule. We demand from him to be much more authoritarian than he is. So he a little bit disappoints us because it takes too long.
Same is true for the special military operation in Ukraine. Russia, the Russian popular thing is like, why do we still have the fucking hands on, right? That's what they're saying. They're saying they want Russia to go harder, because Russia's being very soft, right? And that's why it's supposedly, I don't actually know. And, I'm kind of gave up trying to even figure out the fuck is going on. But that seems to be the impression, right? It's what Kadyrov is saying.
Did the first steps.
First step in the 17 years. So in the 17 years, you could change the globe, change the.
He listened to you, but he's going too slow.
Too slow, yes.
There you go. Now, let's get into some news. Let's finally get into some news because there is news to cover. Believe it or not. So check this out. This is really interesting. So this is on German TV. And as we know, the Germans are going back to their Nazi roots. And this is literally what's saying. This is literally what someone is saying on German TV, German national TV. Oh, they'll ban the swastika, just not any Nazi rhetoric, right? Let's check this out. Really, look at this.
Ich glaube, wir dürfen nicht vergessen, dass auch wenn Russen europäisch aussehen, dass es keine Europäer sind, jetzt im kulturellen Sinne, einen anderen Bezug zu Gewalt haben, einen anderen Bezug zu Tod haben.
Leidensfähiger sind, oder was meinen Sie?
Naja, es gibt da nicht diesen liberalen, postmodernen Zugang zum Leben, das Leben.
How does this woman look in the mirror and go, liberal, postmodern life? Like, the thing that's completely spiritual, devastating, and is destroying people's families. That what is good about that? Have you ever asked that? Is that healthy for anyone?
Als ein Projekt, was jeder für sich individuell gestaltet.
This is the Anglo arrogance that the West German, American-controlled Germany adopted, right? The American puppet slave Germany adopted the Anglo arrogance of like, oh, we Germans, we are not nasty anymore. We are Europeans who believe in freedom. Oh, I'm a German DJ. Oh, we're having a good time in Deutschland. Yeah, we are postmodern. We don't believe in anything. We don't die for anything. Germany. Shut the fuck up, man. Sick of this bullshit, pretentious ass shit. Acting like you're not a fucking American colony. Shut the fuck up. Sick of this fucking bullshit.
Sondern das Leben kann halt einfach auch mit dem Tod recht früh enden.
This fucking Anglo arrogance. The slave of England. The slave of America. Kissing Anglo ass. Oh, wir Anglo. Wir Anglo. Scheiße, wir Anglo. Wir Anglo. Deutsche Anglo. Yeah, we are Anglo. We believe in the Anglo nihilism. Oh yeah, Hegel, Marx, out of here. We are Anglos now. Oh yeah, liberal freedom. The fuck up.
Ich meine, Russland hat zum Beispiel auch eine relativ niedrige Lebenserwartung.
Can't get out of here. We are Anglo now.
Have you
John
read
Rawls.
Rusty's Brawn since the American Republic?
Thank you, Carl. We read John Rawls and Stuart Mill. We are Anglo now, Anglo-German. We are postmodern liberal. All the Deutsche tradition in the dumpster. Flush it down the toilet. What a cucked country. The biggest cucked country on earth. Literally the biggest cucked country on earth. They're way more cucked than the French. At least the French pretend to have dignity. Where's the German dignity? Where the fuck is German dignity? They literally gave up their oil. They gave up their they fucked Germany for America. America said, open wide, Germany. Oh, yes. Make yourself at home in my asshole. For what? Where is the German dignity? When have Germans ever stood up for themselves? They were going to get a really good deal with Russia that Germany would have benefited from greatly. But you can't have it. For we are Anglo and liberal. Deutsche Anglo.
Ich glaube 70 für Männer. Das ist halt einfach, dann geht man einfach anders damit um, dass da Menschen sterben. Ne?
You know what, if Germany wants to be an American colony, why don't we just make it the 51st state? And we just call them Hamburger Land, because they're the home of hamburgers. That's where hamburgers come from. So Germany, you really want this path? Okay, let's just make Germany the 51st state, and let's call it Hamburger Land. We'll call it Hamburger Land, and everyone's gonna have to wear lederhosen and trousers and shit. That's the level of cucked, we're dealing with. That's so humiliating. Where is the pride? Where is the dignity? It is fucking humiliating. It is disgusting. Germany used to be, that used to be Bismarck's Germany. They used to strike terror in the Anglo world. I mean, come on. They fought a guerrilla war against Napoleon. They were respected, But, because of the Nazis, Germany has to be a cuck forever. Even though the Nazis were Anglo-funded and influenced, but, it's Germans' fault. You can't be German anymore. You have to be a fucking cuck forever. And you have to pretend like you're better than Russians now. Oh, Vian, the Russians are... Shut the fuck up. You're literally German. You're in the same boat. What are you, better? You're better than Russians? They used to call you Huns. They used to fucking call you Huns. They used to call you the Huns. What are you now? A bunch of cucks. Effeminate. 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 Very cuckolded. Very cuckolded. Here's Scott Ritter talking about that Twitter ban.
Welcome to Issues That Matter. I'm Cynthia Pooler.
Alright, I thought he was just going to talk about it. I didn't know he was going to be interviewed. Alright, yeah. By the way, if you need a reminder that Luna Oi is a fraud, remember she made this tweet where she said she hopes the US and China fight each other? Yeah, that's Luna Oi, by the way. And by the way, she'll never be banned from Twitch because she doesn't have a backbone to take a stance on any issue that fucking matters. Check this based speech the head of Russia Today gave on China. This is an unprecedented blossoming of Russo-China relations. So check this out. It's beautiful.
У нас было два периода в нашей истории, когда у нас не было или почти не было цензуры.
You know what's beautiful about Russia? Russia's returning to true Russia. True Muscovy. Russia's returning to Ivan the Terrible, where it's Qing China and the Tsardom of Muscovy, and they're both Asian empires. And that whole period from Peter the Great to the Yeltsin in 1991, that whole period was just a fluke. Russia's like, yep, we woke up from the Western slumber. Now we're joining China. We're joining the civilized world. We're leaving the West behind. Fuck them.
Это был период с 1905 по 1917 год. Мы помним, чем это кончилось. И это был период перестройки и воспоследовавших наших драгоценных 90-х. Мы помним, чем это кончилось. Оба раза это кончилось развалом страны. Не может большое государство существовать без контроля над информацией. И они, те, кто заставил нас написать в нашу конституцию, что цензура запрещена, прекрасно это понимают. Они, которые нас десятилетиями учили, что так нельзя, ай-яй-яй, свободное общество, не может, вот это моя любимая, не может быть развитой экономики там, где нет развитой политической системы, свободной политической системы. Это все чушь собачья. Посмотрите на Китай. Нравится экономика Китая кому-нибудь? Мне нравится. И что, там есть какая-то свобода в политической жизни страны? В информационной жизни страны? Ее близко нет. И не было никогда. И может быть и неплохо, может быть и хорошо. Это же абсолютное, такое лучшее время по духоподъемности. Это лучшее из того, что было в Советском Союзе. И я помню, что я даже в 89 году была исполнена гордости за этот красный галстук. И научилась, пошла на курсы, стала барабанщицей школьного пионерского отряда. И мне это было гордо в Первомайском парке на линейке стоять в красном галстуке с барабаном.
Giga-based.
Принимать других детей в пионеры в качестве барабанщицы. Оказывается, мы этого ждем все. Информационную политику надо менять, культурную политику надо менять. Сейчас самое время, сейчас время вот этого перелома вообще посмотреть на все, что у нас в стране происходит по-другому, начиная с фразы «цензура запрещена» в Конституции.
Giga-based. Giga-based. You guys can't see the subtitles? They're right here. What are you talking about? Don't tell me you can't see the fucking subtitles. That bullshit. This is not Russia related specifically, but it's hilarious. And I do want to show it to you because, wow, I've never seen anything like this ever. So we're going to talk about America now, and we're not going to talk about Russia, we're going to talk about America, right? This is our country, right? So you look at our country, our great country, it is a great country, I would never deny that. But, I mean, this is also what's going on here, right? And this is also what we're dealing with, right? And it's worthy of some examination, right? It's worthy of some examination. So check this out.
America. God bless you.
That's scary, okay? You know what's scary about this is it's like, what's actually kind of terrifying about this is just the fact that it's like, this is like the definition of what America is right now. You're going to shake the hand and it's not there. And what do? This is literally America right now. This is, I don't know, for some reason, this is so artistic. It's like, it's the most terrifying thing in the world. Shit, this is really America. It's like, you're looking for something to make sense of what's going on, and it's just not there. And we're alone. And this is our president. This is what America's been reduced to, a pure formality of a gesture. This is what American statehood is. It's just a pure gesture The pure veneer of a president with nothing on the other end. It's just a hand waiting to be shaked. And the public is not shaking that hand. And it might be because Biden's a little too handsy. He's a little too handsy, right? Always been a little too handsy. But wow, that's just yikes. Finally, check this out. So guess what Twitter did in response to Elon Musk's offer? So Twitter, in a statement, Twitter said its board of directors has unanimously adopted a poison pill defense in response to Tesla. So that's going to get them in trouble because there's going to be a lawsuit. So if you don't know what a poison pill is, it means it's basically going to make more shares, create more shares of the company, which is acting against the interests of the people who already own shares, because it's going to dilute their representation and control over Twitter. Creating more shares means your share is going to be worth less, right? So that's the poison pill, and it's all to prevent Elon Musk from buying the company. Now, why do they want to prevent Musk from buying the company? Well, they want to do it because it is literally needed by the deep state for Twitter to censor. If Twitter can't censor, imagine if they bring Trump back. The deep state will collapse. Unironically, it's like something that fucking small and meaningless can literally destroy. It can literally destroy everything. It can literally collapse the whole fucking system, right? And that's honestly what we're dealing with here. They're not doing this for any economic reason, right? They're doing it for a political reason. And, I don't trust Musk. You shouldn't trust Musk. I mean, who knows what his connections are? I don't know what his fucking connections are, right? But, you gotta admit, look, I don't care what his connections are. If he can buy Twitter and just there's no censorship on Twitter, wow, that would be so fucking based. Trump is back. Everybody's back. We're secure for the future. Wow. That's going to be a happy day. And then, look, imagine the precedent this is going to set. Imagine the precedent this is going to set. Imagine if it happens to Twitch. Imagine if it gives Jeff Bezos the balls to be like, hey, Twitch, we're going to do the same thing. No more tyranny of the fucking journalists, the ones who got me deplatformed. No more. We're going to have a free speech society again. And that would be nice. And look, if you want to have censorship, then we should just be a communist country, right? If we're not going to have the good parts, then let's not have the bad parts, okay? That's what I'm saying. If we're not having the good parts, like, a society with real social solidarity and meaning and purpose, then why are we fucking doing the authoritarian stuff if we don't have any of the fucking benefits? It's fascism. That's what it is. It's fascism. Check this out. Best blue checkmark meltdowns of the Elon Musk Twitter buyout. Oh boy, this is going to be great. This is going to be hilarious, and this is going to be great. So, look at this. This is a great Cope thread. We're going to have a lot of fun reviewing it. Axios. The world's richest man, someone who used to be compared to Marvel's Iron Man, is increasingly behaving like a movie supervillain, commanding seemingly unlimited resources with which to finance his mischief-making. Said some fucking loser journalist with nothing to offer the world but a cushioned salaried fucking position that they got because they were given it, not because they actually earned it in any substantive way. That's what we're talking about here. And it's pretty fucking sad. Today on Twitter feels like the last evening in a Berlin nightclub at the twilight of Weimar, Germany. If you want to ask where censorship comes from, it don't come from the CIA. It doesn't come from, these people with suits, and it comes from fucking pussies like this, like Jeff Jarvis. This is the reason we have censorship. It's literally people like Jeff Jarvis who they can't fucking handle people who disagree with them, and that's their fucking reason. That's the reason this shit it's this people like this. This is the fucking enemy. If Elon Musk purchases Twitter, it could result in World War III and the destruction of our planet. Musk's appointment to Twitter board shows that we need regulation of social media platforms to prevent rich people from controlling our channels of communication. What? That's how you're spinning this? Rich people controlling our channels of communication? By what? By allowing more people to have a voice? That's control? That's a weird way to talk about control. So Elon Musk is controlling our channels of communication by allowing more speech, by not being restrictive enough. What the fuck kind of bizarro world are we living in? What is this fucking weird bizarro world? This is like, how do you sell this shit? So we're being controlled by rich people because they're allowing speech to exist that otherwise would be prohibited. Like, that's controlled. Freedom means that, Haas gets deplatformed from Twitch. That's the only way we can be free. This is such a reach and a fucking cope. How do you even, think like this? How the fuck does a pampered baby bitch think this way? You rich people are controlling our channels of communication. They're controlling it. They're controlling it. Boo-hoo. What? They're controlling our means of communication by allowing more... what the fuck is going on? This is like when that person was like, Amazon is making money with Russian disinfo. No, they don't ever recognize the fact that, sometimes...
Hilarious coming from WAPO, who owns WAPO.
Thank you, Void Brittany. Yeah, that's a good point. That's actually a great point. But it's what the fuck? Holy shit. Controlling? How do you get to how do you cope that hard and get to that level of a reach, How do you get to that level of just pure reach? That's pathetic. That's honestly fucking pathetic. Let me try to break down the pathology of this, because there's so much contained in this. We need regulation of social media to prevent rich people from controlling our channels. So it's because the people you want silenced aren't being silenced, that means you're being oppressed and controlled, right? That's like Angelica from Rugrats. That's what it fucking reminds me of. It's the most pampered, entitled, crybaby, fucking spoiled brat position I could possibly fucking think of. Where the fuck does that come from? How do you have the audacity to publicly say something this fucking tone deaf, lacking so much fucking self-awareness? Dear all, please note that Tesla and Musk have their own troll farm. A very, very bad sign. Only a douchebag needs a troll farm. Dear Elon, fuck off! Your ego is way bigger than your judgment, and your money doesn't make... I don't want to leave Twitter, but it seems a given that if Musk buys it, it will become completely uninhabitable for trans people and lots of other people. the reason Truth, Social, Gab, and all these other right-wing platforms have failed is smart people don't want to spend their time there.
Please recuse yourself from the public sphere and seek deprogramming tall, fold, comrades.
Thank you, Sean, comrade. If Musk buys Twitter, dismantles everything the trusted safety team has done, many of us will go elsewhere. It will literally destroy Twitter. Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, if you check marks leave Twitter, it's over. So let me get this straight. If you check marks leave and Trump comes back and all of the funny people come back, oh, I'm sure it's going to be super unpopular. I mean, guys, look at network ratings. Joe Rogan's at the top. Tucker Carlson's number 2. Clearly, you want to know who's more popular. It's not these people, okay? Right-wing lunatics may despise us and the standards of civility we expect, but the truth is their social media networks fail without us. You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of Ayn Rand's Atlas Shrugged. And in Atlas Shrugged, Ayn Rand was like, what if all of the rich people go on strike? Then society would collapse. And you know what? There might be a grain of truth to that, because those industrialists were also managing stuff that, you know, they were experts and engineers and shit, so maybe shit would collapse. But like, this is like a funny version of Atlas Shrugged, where like all of the useless, unproductive social parasites of our society, who literally offer nothing of value, that no one likes at all, go on strike, and everyone would literally either celebrate or not care. At best, they just wouldn't notice. But I'm pretty sure we would have everyone would be partying without these people. Oh, we're gonna go on strike and leave if you do this. They get the fuck out of here then. This is like when Lena Dunham threatened to leave America if Trump got elected. Okay, Lena, Trump got elected. You can go. You can really go. I mean, you can really, really go. You know, nobody is asking you to stay. You can actually go. I am frightened. Okay, this guy, Max Boot, has a fedora. This journalist piece of shit. And remember, journalists are the enemy. They're the ones who got me fucking deplatformed. Fuck the journalists. Piece of shit. Max Boot, you fat, obese fuck. I am frightened by the impact on society and politics if Elon Musk acquires Twitter. He seems to believe that on social media anything goes. For democracy to survive, we need more content moderation, not less. Why? Why? Can you explain the reasoning behind that? What, for democracy to survive, we need less democracy. Well, that's pretty much what Hitler said, isn't it? Hitler was like, that's what he said. That's literally what Hitler said. He's like, if Anglo-modernity needs to survive, we need less of it. I mean, it's dialectics. Okay, hey, Max Boot, I don't think you're actually talking about democracy. I think you're talking about the appearance of a democracy or the illusion or veneer of a democracy. But like in terms of a system in which the majority imposes their will on society, this is the most nonsensical, stupid fucking statement I've ever heard. A democracy is about the rule of a majority. Why would you need more content moderation for a democracy to survive? Just curious. Just curious. Just curious. Elon Musk buying Twitter is the end of the world, basically. He'll amplify every extremist right-wing Nazi he can find. Look at this guy. Look at this guy, Noisy MV. You fucking... I mean, this sums it up. These are all my enemies on Twitter, by the way. Please no, Elon Musk buying Twitter. Please no. And look at this genocidal Hitlerite woman with the fucking sunflower. the Azov battalion symbol of the sunflower of dead Russian bodies. That's heavy metal, I guess, but it's also Nazi. Breaking! Elon Musk makes $41.4 billion cash offer to buy Twitter, presumably to turn it into a hate speech and disinformation playground in line with his sensibilities. Oh, and to get Trump elected president again. If Elon succeeds, a mass exodus from Twitter is appropriate. Where the fuck are you gonna go? Because no one's gonna follow you. Look at this fat guy. Well, it's not a fat guy, it's a soy jack. Look at this literal soy jack. Okay? If Elon Musk allows Trump back on Twitter, it will be the death blow of the free world. Trump's big lie will spread like a virus. I discussed the danger of Trump's big lie for so long. Like Hitler's big lie, it must not be normalized. Let fascism return. He's literally Hitler. Elon Musk is Donald Trump with money. If he owns Twitter, I'm out. Then get the fuck out, bitch. Here we go. I mean, all of the fucking people who deserve to be flushed down the toilet. Look at this guy. All these are the people who control us. Look how much power they have over our lives. What the fuck? They're all coming out of the woodwork. Here we go. Elon Musk targets Twitter with $41 billion cash takeover offer. This could mean the end of content moderation and the platform descending into disinformation and far-right extremism. Elon, seriously. I saw this one. Okay, I mean, I think that's enough. That's like wow and yikes. That's like a combination of wow and also yikes and also ha. And also yikes. And also wow. And also huh.
So what should we think of the story? We should say at the outset that not every tragedy has obvious lessons. We are hesitant to draw quick and dirty blurbs, especially in race. Example. So
all right, I don't give a shit about this. Where's the one where he talks about the Democratic Party? Because I'm interested in that one. Here.
Good evening and welcome to Tucker Carlson. Tonight, has there been, look back, a single 24-hour period since Joe Biden became the president when you haven't been horrified by something you saw on the news? Probably not. The cascade of absurdities has been relentless. It's like nothing any American has ever seen. And today, we're sad to say, was especially depressing. Inflation hit another record high, and that's according to the cooked government statistics our leaders have devised to hide inflation. But it turns out there's no hiding the price of meat and gas. The value of the dollar has dropped off a cliff, even as the value of the Russian ruble is rising. So ponder that for a moment and chuckle bitterly to yourself. And then in New York City this morning, 16 people were shot on the subway in Brooklyn by some lunatic wearing a hoodie.
They, them need inclusive safe spaces.
None of the
we need Zerg self-inclusion, y'all.
Thank you, Sean. Lol, Omega lol. Oh, thank you, Chris. Appreciate you.
Surveillance cameras in the subway station happened to be working at the time, so the guy got away. We do know he was not a white supremacist, so we're betting the media are not going to dwell on this. There's nothing to gain from covering this particular atrocity, just another mass shooting in a big city. It's also sad. But mayhem and economic decline are not for once what we are opening the show with tonight. No, we have genuinely good news. And here it is. It looks possible that Elon Musk will seize control of Twitter and end censorship on that platform. Now, why should you care about that? It's like a tech story, right? Who cares about social media? Here's why you should care. Because if that were to happen, we could see a return of free speech to the United States, and nothing should give you more hope than that possibility. A free Twitter would mean an open debate about ideas on the single most important incubator of elite opinion in the world. It would mean a return to free and fair elections in the United States, a system in which both sides are allowed to make their case to the public, and then the public can decide. It's called democracy. And above all, a free Twitter would mean a direct challenge to the people in charge of our country's institutions, many of whom are incompetent. For the first time in years, we will be able to talk honestly about our leaders. we'll be able to have the kind of conversations that make democracy possible. We can't have those conversations now, and there's a reason for it. The point of
reduced stream delay, you know, that's one of the things that Twitch was so much better about, is that there's a delay between the chat and the stream that's on YouTube. That's like, it's like 5 minutes. You know, on Twitch, it's literally like a millisecond delay. And that's a really big problem. That's a really, really big problem with YouTube.
Censorship is never to shield the weak.
That's a really big fuck. I wonder if YouTube gaming solves that, but it sucks.
No matter what Barack Obama may tell you. The point of censorship, always and everywhere, is to protect entrenched power. That's why it's the powerful who impose censorship for their own benefit. And that's exactly why illegitimate regimes fight so hard to control information through censorship. That's their main concern. Why are they so focused on that? That's why. Somehow, the right does not seem to understand this. The left definitely understands it. Watch this MSNBC anchor appear to realize in real time what it would mean if the Democratic Party's...
Hold on, I think I can choose ultra low latency as an option. Yikes. Yikes. Yeah, it's set at normal latency, not ultra low. That's the problem. That's the problem.
Donor base ever lost control of an influential social media platform.
And the bigger question on everyone's mind now, will Musk's newfound Twitter power mean Trump will be back on the platform? And on that possibly nightmare-inducing note, I wish you a good night.
It would be a nightmare, she tells us, if a democratically elected president were allowed to speak in public. And in some ways, she's right. Shattering its monopoly on speech could break the Democratic Party. Even an MSNBC anchor understands that. Why are they so determined to keep you from talking? Because they know your talking is the threat to their power. Allowing the free exchange of ideas in America's public square is far more important than any single election result. And if
honestly, I heard actually I'm hearing that latency is better on YouTube when you do ultra low than Twitch, which means we'll be able to interact with each other. Next stream, we might have a parasocial experience going, guys. I might actually be able to talk to you. That's actually crazy.
If you don't believe it, consider what we've just seen over the past 2 years. You can elect Donald Trump if you want. Go ahead and do it. But the Democratic Party can still silence Donald Trump at will. So what does that tell you? Who's more powerful, voters or the social media companies that control what voters know? It's not even close. Republicans in Congress pretend not to understand this. Maybe they really are that stupid. Possible. Doesn't matter, because either way, they will never fix it. Ever. They've had a chance. They passed. Even Jack Dorsey, who created Twitter, could not end censorship on Twitter. And so in the end, Jack Dorsey fled his own company when it became a Frankenstein monster that made America more hierarchical rather than less, a company that served the powerful at the expense of everyone else. That was the opposite of the intended effect. So he just left. He had no choice. Elon Musk, virtually alone in the entire technology industry, appears to understand what exactly is happening here. Here's Musk in 2018, appearing on 60 Minutes, acknowledging that in a world of corporate media, Twitter can act as an equalizer. Watch.
You tweet a lot.
I use my tweets to express myself. Some people use their hair. I use Twitter.
Well, but you use your tweeting.
The chat moves so slow on YouTube, it's disgusting. It's actually disgusting how slow the chat moves on YouTube. It's actually like to the point of being sickening. And sad.
To kind of get back at critics.
Rarely.
You kind of have little wars with the press.
Twitter is a war zone. If somebody's going to jump in the war zone, it's like, okay, you're in the arena. Let's go.
Okay. Who does that sound like?
I don't know. Who does it sound like?
It sounds like a guy who lives at the White House.
Oh, that guy. Yeah, sure. He's very good at Twitter.
Twitter is a war zone. Now, that tape is from 3.5 years ago. Twitter is no longer a war zone. There's only one army on the field.
No, I'm still fighting the war. It's definitely a war zone.
Trump has been banned for Twitter, despite the fact he may run in the next presidential race. He's an active politician with millions of people who would support him. He's been banned. Charlie Kirk had a huge following on Twitter. He's been suspended too. So is the Babel.
Yeah, I have like half viewers on YouTube than I do on Twitch. Which means YouTube, like I said, it's going to be a grind upwards, right? YouTube is not going to be something where I just like I transfer over all the success I built on Twitch. I have to build everything back from the ground up.
And for that matter,
I'm pretty much where I was 1 year ago right now.
This show has been suspended. Questioning the prevailing storyline is the crime. Do that,
but that's okay because we're gonna give this a few months. We're gonna give it a chance, and I hope it's gonna work. I hope it works.
Gone. It doesn't matter if you're factually right. We were factually right. Doesn't matter. Challenge power and you are censored instantly. Now, it's hard to believe that the world's richest man is the only person who could fix this. You'd like to think our democratic systems could fix it, but clearly.
All right, guys. There's some breaking news I'm going to cover. So I'm going to give you a preview of this, and we're going to do full-fledged coverage of it tomorrow. So let me give you a preview.
I'm not grifting. I mean what I say, and I do everything because I'm passionate and I care, and and most people aren't. They're not that.
That's from Chelsea Manning, and that's going to be tomorrow's story. Not tonight. We're going to break that story tomorrow. And I think, like I said, YouTube streams, although Richard Medhurst, he does like 8-hour streams, but, people just don't like chilling here. People like chilling on Twitch. They don't like chilling here. We don't have parasociality. I'm just kidding. But guys, let me get to work. Let me get to work on stuff. Yeah? It's time to get to work. To work on some videos. Get to work on other stuff. Writings, reading. We'll do this, guys. We'll make this work. We'll make it work. We'll make it work. We don't get to choose. Fate does it for us. But let's make sure of something, ladies and gentlemen. Let's make sure of something. By the next stream, we're doing ultra low latency. Our army is immortal. Our army is immortal. The very bare minimum. Our army is immortal. Our guerrilla army. That's what fucking matters. Remember what I told you 2 months ago? 3 months ago? I told you, look, the viewers are low. Remember, we were there on Twitch and I said, but it's the 300 Spartans that'll ride with me no matter where we fucking go. And we're here. And now we're in the wilderness of YouTube and we're going to build up our fucking army again. And we're going to get more Spartans. Because Twitch was not the place for Spartans. YouTube is. And we're getting Spartans on YouTube. We're going to get our Spartans. And we're going to grow our army. We're going to grow our army. And let's set a goal. By the end of the summer, we're not going to have 300 Spartans. We're going to have 1,000 Spartans. 1,000 people that ride with us wherever we fucking go. 1,000 Spartans. That's our goal. 1,000 Spartans by the end of the summer. 1,000 Spartans. That's our goal. We're going to get more guerrillas. We're going to grow our shit. We're going to grow our army. This is the test. This is the ultimate test. Are you ready to ride? Are you ready to ride? Get to the fucking stables. Because we're going out and we're conquering this bitch.